And of course, I wasn't prepared. And welcome to the 32nd episode of Dirty 20, an evening of laughter, drama, and adventure they call a D&D podcast. As I, your Dungeon Master for the evening, and once again, I'm joined by my colourful cast of characters. Earlier this week, we had a bit of a disaster. My laptop hardware stopped working and caused a little bit of a bump in the road, a rather large one. But thankfully, our wonderful Jay was able to brave the frightful outside world to deliver a temporary replacement. A long-term solution seems to be on the horizon, but potentially for the next few sessions, there could be some hiccups. On Friday, we played a session of Jack's first ever time DMing, which I attempted to record, but unfortunately there were a lot of technical errors, which meant we were unable to capture it in the end. Today, depending on how things go, you may see the game from a different perspective. Sam, known for his role of Gaiak on Dirty 20 and well-renowned Pokemon streamer, has stepped up to record the game on his end in case things go wrong here. Hey. So I would like to thank him in advance. It's been a pretty tough week, but it's really great to see the solidarity we have as a group, and I just want to say that I love you all, and I'm very grateful to have you here.
We love you. We love you.
So dirty.
As a show of good faith, as you have inspired me to keep going, I would like to inspire you. Literally with some inspiration. This is a bribe.
We love a bribe. Things are gonna be hard.
I mean, it doesn't. It just means that I'm bribing yours. Maybe it is. Maybe I'll make things harder now. So I've mentioned it to the others, but the previously today might be a little bit longer than normal, but hopefully not by much. Just so that we can recapture what we got, a little bit of what we had last session, but not by making it an hour-long novel. Yeah, has anyone got anything to say? Any important updates? Any merch coming out soon?
Mikolai's coming out.
We got to make a Teespring now.
Happy Pride. If anyone, Happy Pride. It's Pride Month. Happy Pride.
Oh yeah.
Pride, yeah.
Happy Pride.
It is Pride. Pride Day.
I've got rainbow dice
Today, isn't it?
Love yourself. Love each other.
We got the smaller.
So during this wonderful Pride session, let's leap into a city run by extremely bigotry-fueled individuals.
Is it just nuts?
Revolution.
Yeah, I guess without further ado, then let's delve into today's episode of Dirty 20.
These cream ones will be.
It says suitable for vegetarians. It doesn't say vegan.
Okay, it's for over here. So,
Yeah, it's got milk in it.
Damn.
and back in. Previously on Dirty 20, having dashed through the abyssal portal, Fera Carta quickly found themselves stranded among dark corridors filled with horrors and dangers beyond the imagination of even the sickest minds. But steadfast in your search for Aria, you did not relent against the monsters that met with you, time passing in obscure ways. Though it seemed like merely an hour, your bodies were drained as if walking for days. Even time seemed to seemed out to kill you in this place. Keeping up your search, Kensei spied a stalker, some dog-like demon, its eyes on you. Calling out, you were welcomed by a proposal. Kill another demon, and you would be led to what you sought. A hard offer to miss, given that aimlessly wandering a potentially infinite expanse had not worked out well so far. You took the deal. Facing off with a demon with a thick red hide and boil-covered skin was by far one of the least pleasant experiences, but it was a fight well won. Moments later, the same demon began to devour the other, metamorphosizing into something deadlier. Luckily for you, it seemed sated and guided you through the hallways, driven by some sort of innate knowledge of where to traverse. Taken to a chapel-like room, you found a tattered piece of Aria's cloak, along with a trail of blood. Keeping pace, you tracked the trail to a workshop. Strange devices and experiment stations littered the room. The stain led inside, but then gone. Frustration gripped you once again, driven by the choice of pathways. Before you could decide, ambushed. A piece of armor came to life, red magical energy propelling its pieces, soon joined by familiar-looking shadow creatures. The battle commenced, assaulted in multiple directions. Alistair turned to see a demon made of woven fabric lurch through the door, but as quickly as it appeared, so did a blade through the neck of the creature. As it deflated, a very different Aria appeared from behind. The sight of your friend inspired you to rally, and with that, the battle was won. Glad to be reunited with your friend, you prepared to escape home. With the use of the teleportation stone, there was a problem. Aria refused to leave, causing debate among the group. Finally, a compromise was made. You were to follow a lead to recover a stolen item from a group of demons, but if anything went wrong, you'd leave immediately. Aria, seeming to know the way, guided you through the corridors, the portal crackling with pink energy and pooling water underneath. Another leap of faith. Once again, feeling your bodies warped through space, you dragged yourselves from inside a puddle onto the rocky surface. It was dark and cold, rain pouring down, illuminated only with the occasional flash of pink lightning. Determined, Aria led the way. You spent what may have been days trudging through the craggy valley, on either side towering mountain ranges. As you journeyed, some of you spotted visions. Kensei, a man, chest coated in blood, white hair and beard, he spoke. You failed me. Gaiac, an Arakocra soaring through the skies, with whom he gave chase. Together they crashed into the ground, only with the flashes of lightning did he see the crumpled remains and the words, "It was your fault." Alistair, turning to see a man in regal clothing stood behind her, he spat in her face as she fell from the mountain during the ascent, only being saved by the quick reactions of Alistair and Gaiac. The ground rumbled when you reached the top. Looking over, a distant mountain range rose, and a large creature the size of a city let out a horrendous roar and marched into the distance. Filled with dread, you pushed on with pace, arriving at your destination at the base of the mountain, a cave mouth. Taking your time to prepare, you stepped through, heading down the descent. You came to a cavernous space. In the middle, your targets, vulturesque demons muttering among themselves. Confronting them, they attacked. You quickly dispatched of your enemies. However, during the battle, Aria used strange powers you had never seen before. Taking the dagger from the corpse, you did not hesitate to leave. Your body surged, the sensation of being spaghettified filled your being. With a lurch, you were in a room, a teleportation circle on the ground. After investigating the space, you came to the conclusion that this was Camilla's hideout. Finding papers, jewelry, and other items. Needing to know where you were, you headed to a set of stone stairs leading to the sound of outside. As you opened the door, you were looking into an alleyway. The familiar architecture of Bellinor. Walking to where it met the street, you were greeted with an alarming sight. Flags dangling from buildings red with a sword wreathed in flame. Soldiers in red, white, and gold armor marching through the streets, and the strong smell of soot in the air. How long have you been gone? So, Fera Carta, as you gaze upon this unexpected sight, what do you wish to do?
Oh shit.
Oh shit! You go to the abyss for a few hours.
Well, may not have been a few hours out here.
For me, it wasn't a few hours. But...
Oh,
As soon as I see flags of them, I instantly just put away my religious robes, like hide it under like my cloak that I've got, and like any religious symbolism I've got, I've tried to hide it as good as I can.
okay. Before we actually jump into what you guys want to do, Aria, do you want to just describe the difference in your appearance again, so that those who have missed it might be able to realize what the differences are?
Yeah, so basically, in comparison to her old appearance, which was kind of like all black leathers and the puffy sleeves, she's now got a slightly more kind of neater attire. She's wearing like a black cat suit that has like a burgundy maroon coat over it with a hood. She's got long black gloves on. Her hair was quite messy to the side before. Now it's in a very neat side plait. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. She looks very different, a little neater than she did before.
Okay, so just to clarify, as they are part of your favourite wild cards, were traversing the abyss. Some of them happened upon encounters which caused them to have their minds shaken slightly. Just as far as you're aware, all of those things still apply to everyone. Everything that you've seen, all those little things that have happened since, not just last session, but the session before, they all still apply.
Talking about visions and stuff.
Yes, but the effects of those things. For those who know what I'm talking about, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Does it look like? Sorry.
No, because it was just going into the role play. So if you have a question before, might as well
I
get
was
out.
going to say, does it look like the city's been on fire?
It looks. I mean, there is a strong smell of soot.
Right.
I wouldn't say exactly. It looks like. I wouldn't say it's exactly on fire, but from your position, you don't see any fire. Yeah, it looks. It smells like there has been fire, I guess, but there was a major fire here at some point.
I feel like we need to get somewhere off the street.
I'm gonna eye up Alistair and be like, "Is there something you're not telling us? You seem like you're concealing something."
Best not to explain out in open. Something, like you said in the abyss about time. I am afraid that has happened again.
Forgive me, but I am not from these lands. I would rather know what I'm walking into after walking out of the abyss.
Friend, your guess is as good as mine at this point. I do not know what we have walking out into.
I would also not mind a little catch up. I don't know. This looks a little different from the last time I was here.
It's also different to the last time we were here.
What is here? Where are we?
We are in Well, I don't even know. Are we in Bellanor anymore? That's not a Belanese flag? Belanese? What?
Bellanorian.
Bellanorian, that's it. That's not a Bellanorian flag. This is called Silcity. But
This is Silcity, but this is not how we left it.
Would anybody recognise the flag?
I would say, Alistair, Aria. I'd say Alistairine as well. You would immediately, without any kind of role. This would be common knowledge for your kind of walk of life. That is a Foifortian flag. the Red Kingdom of Foiforte to the north. A kingdom of basically religious zealots that are crusading.
So they finally did it.
Perhaps we should try to find out the date.
I would like an update myself.
I
I've
agree.
missed a lot of things.
Any people out in the streets?
Sorry, did you say if there's any people out in the streets?
Yeah.
So, you basically watched a group of maybe 20 or so soldiers march by, kind of peering out into the street. It seems pretty quiet. Every so often you see someone, but it is very, very rare. You get the impression people are staying in their homes. At the moment, it's coming up to early evening. You can see that the sky, though clouded, is this dancing pink and red as the sun is obviously setting. But there is this like blue encroaching across the sky, this deep navy, which indicates the sun is past its setting, if that makes sense. It's currently setting on the horizon.
Okay.
Which by your estimate usually means that it's probably about 6, if not later.
Would we perhaps maybe seek shelter with Mayfly?
If he's still alive.
Who is Mayfly?
He is a man we've been doing business with here. He could give us shelter, no?
Can he be trusted? Is he not with the powers of this
Oh
city?
no, he's a completely different man from that. I would not trust anyone as far as I can throw them, but he is from home, so I have a little bit of trust with him.
I mean, our last encounter with Mayfly maybe wasn't the best.
What
Doesn't
happened?
he still owe us money?
He owes you money. What happened?
No, we got paid. We got paid for that. We received payment.
Answer, you had the last conversation with him. You said, how did that end? If you don't mind reminding me.
I managed to. I hope that I managed to dissuade some of his animosity towards us. When I left there, we did not part on bad terms.
What are you talking about?
We merely I discussed with him possible plans
got-
for the
Guys,
for the
let's not talk about it out here. Please.
I need a
Find
bit
a place where we can-
Can we please go somewhere and talk? You need to tell me what I've missed.
Yes, just not out in the street, out in the open. It's probably the worst place to do a capture.
So,
If
are
it
we
is,
going to the? So we are Velvet Garden or the Early Hound? Which do we want to go?
I guess we don't know whether either exist. If Mayfly is willing to give us shelter, then perhaps we should try there. It's more secretive, and we
We
don't
could
know
try
what's
this
going
through
on.
our entrance at the first found when we.
In the Velvet Gardens, it is. Let's go.
Lead the way.
Okay. So before I lead you on your journey there, Aria,
Yes.
this I've just posted it in Discord.
Thanks.
This is the dagger that you picked up. It is
Which one did you post it on?
on general on Discord.
Oh, it's not.
It's just uploading now.
Oh, yeah,
So
Ooh.
Excellent.
So it appears to be a dagger that one would describe as being forged in the fires of the abyss. It has an ashen leather grip with a sharp red, a red tooth-shaped pommel, a red demon head guard with horns and fangs, and an obsidian blade, the center of which glows like molten rock, along with the eyes and nose of the demon's head.
That's awesome.
Add that to my inventory.
Okay. So you're heading towards the Velvet Gardens.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay, so you make your way out onto the street. I'm hoping everyone can see on the map. So you're actually over here in the Stinks as you come out, and you begin to make your way down in this direction. So following the main street through the Stinks, you journey for about 20 minutes, and at that point you're passing by these houses, and this area of the city has always been, you know, quite reserved in interaction, if that makes sense. It's the dodgy place, so that you don't really want to be interacting with a lot of people here anyway, and that's always the vibe that you've got here, that people aren't really interested in holding long conversations with neighbors. But even with that in mind, it's very, very quiet. People are... You're used to having walked through here and seeing people kind of like huddling in the alleyways doing deals of whatever they might be doing. But it's even more kind of reclusive, where despite of anyone that they don't outwardly know causes people to kind of move and shift into the shadows. You pass a couple of burning buildings. The sickly earl is gone. It is burnt to a cinder. The blackened wood and masonry just kind of half crumpled in.
Oh no, what's that?
Outline is destroyed, but you know the frame is there, but it's a destroyed building. And there are a number of buildings like this, potentially targeted. You're not too sure. You continue onwards. About 5 more minutes down the road, you see, as the sun begins to set and it fully becomes evening, the birds coming out to chirp, the evening birds, owls and the like. You spy a group of 5 soldiers in this like red, white and gold armor that seem to have stopped an elderly man on the side of the road, and they're kind of like they're kind of like surrounding him up against a wall, and as you get slightly closer, you can hear slightly the conversation. Oh goodness. So one of the guys kind of got him by the strap and was like, got him up against the wall. Your head past curfew. And the old man is kind of just like squirming up. I ain't got nowhere to go. I ain't got nowhere to go. Your house is burnt. Then find somewhere. Or we shall kill you the next time we see you. And poof, he just punches him round the face. Poof. You hear teeth like fly out onto the ground as blood just drips from his nose and face, and then kind of pulls his head back up, grabs him by the scruff with the other hand, and poof, hits him the other way around, until he almost crumples on the ground. They throw him down, picking up what is clearly a walking stick. Another one snaps it in half and throws it at him, and they kind of laugh as they spit on him as they walk past.
Start walking over to him.
Yeah,
Seeing Alistair is literally just... Alistair's literally rooted to the spot, like, 'cause he knows if he moves, he's going to attack the guards, like fish clench, just shaking.
Yeah, I'm gonna move over to the old man.
So, I've got a question for you. How visible are you making yourself right now?
Very visible. She's laughing, pushing her way up front. She's getting their attention.
The group of guards turn. They turn to the sound of the voice. They kind of, one of them kind of like mutters to the other, and they kind of have their hands near enough their blade as a couple of them step forward and say to you, "You, strangers, you have to pass curfew."
Can I try and slice one of their necks? Just make an attack.
I mean, you can. I mean, you're at a fair distance away, so if you start moving towards them, they're probably going to take that as. I mean, they're already on guard. If you pardon the pardon. But if you kind of make an aggressive move forward, then it's going to be an initiative. I would say in this instance, it's probably not going to be any kind of surprise. If you were closer, it might have been.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I had about 3 people there. What was that, Alistair?
What's the distance?
I'd say at this point, probably maybe about 25, 30 feet. No, let's go with about 25 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna move kind of slowly forward, just kind of like, now, gentlemen.
How many guards are there?
Can I just grab Alistair? Can I grab Alistair?
I would like to do that too.
Yeah, I'm closest to her at the moment, to be fair, because I walked up with her. So I'm gonna put a hand on her shoulder.
Okay.
I'm gonna get my bow ready.
You're gonna take your bow. If you're getting your bow ready, that insinuates you're taking it off and preparing to knock it out, right?
I'm just gonna have my hand on it, like ready in case something. I need to whip it out quick.
Okay, cool.
I apologize. We did not know that there was a curfew. We are new in town. We wondered why you had beaten this man.
He broke the law, as you are not doing too. He will be. You will come with us, or you will die here.
That is not a wise proposition to be making.
What if we
Are
just
you
go?
threatening me?
What if we are just going to our place of rest? Like the old man, our house is burnt down and we are trying to find some other place.
And I propose if this man does not have a home, we take him to our home. Then there's no person outside of curfew.
Oh, so roll me a deception check.
Oh god. That's 15.
Anyone got after curfew is to be arrested or they are to be executed. It is your choice which one you take.
You didn't seem to arrest or execute that man.
Oh, this is too topical.
Well, boys, it seems we have a couple of ruffians who are resisting arrest. Take it to the blade. He draws a blade. Everyone roll initiative.
Oh, my
Hey, this is fine because they attacked us first. So.
Right, we need to count our thingies first.
Oh, of course. That's okay because.
Oh, sugar! I've already rolled mine.
What's
Sugar,
the
honey,
MR?
I see.
Every time.
I'm really success. I'm good to roll it again.
Sorry, I didn't get it up.
Right, Val-Aeria
Oh,
is an
fuck
11.
off.
Aria is not on there.
Oh yeah, you're still playing 2 characters, aren't you? Oh.
And
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Barely I think of all this.
she wants out, dude.
Why am I still with these crazy people?
I wonder why she wants that, to be honest.
Aria's starting to regret getting rescued.
I don't have to leave it.
Guy got a 10, but I
For 5
didn't collect
minutes.
my token.
Alright.
We need to find like
Okay.
a newspaper or something so we can check
This
the
is
neighborhood.
fucking personal, boys.
Am I using? Is Aria's one below hers? Oh no, it's not.
And the source of fuck. Okay.
Yeah, Val-Aeria is approaching taps as well.
Wow.
Do this with it.
Like, me fucking it.
Search up how we were standing, I'm guessing.
Come on, character sheet, where are you? There you go. We got rid of the exhaustion with the rest last time, didn't we?
Yeah, we rested.
Yeah, but we had a fight before, so we are tapped on some things, but we're not exhausted.
Whew.
Hey, Aria's last again. Oh no, wait.
No, that's the me.
No, the Aria
Yeah,
one is
I just
on
saw Wednesday.
Val-Aeria. I need a marker for Aria, Ewan.
Oh, is Aria not on there? I must have forgotten to copy her over.
Alistair and Aria look so similar with their icons.
I know.
No, they don't.
Much
So,
road.
yeah, feel free to kind of move yourselves in a. I said you're about 25 foot away, so.
Me and Alistair were going to be near the guards.
Yeah.
So rogue.
I
let's
think
see.
I was back.
she was,
Oh,
it was about 25 foot away. So if you're there, they were going to be about here, because you kind of stopped her as she was walking, and at that point you were about 25 foot away.
Val-Aeria will definitely get the back.
I'll probably be here then. How far away am I? I'll be about 30 foot. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't click my token like a noob.
Yeah,
The
me
guy
neither.
has 10.
Wait,
Yeah,
guys, we just
So-
appreciate that Aria is also last in initiative once
Yep.
again.
So
Wait,
who needs to be put on?
Alistair is 23.
Guy X 10.
And she's not on, is she?
She's not on, no.
Okay, Adstream 23. Oh, 23.
Thanks,
Gaia,
Guy
thanks
got
for-
10.
10.
Yeah.
Okay, here you go. Okay, not amazing.
How many are there? 5 guards.
Hold on, I'll show you in a second.
I just heard hoot hoot. Is that Gaia's walk right?
Alive!
No, it's the eagle noise.
So, what stings like Storm's walk cry? Is it like that? Like
It's probably a nice, yeah, it's like a...
I was imagining like the jaguar growl where like.
like, yeah!
It's just the sound of a kitten drinking milk.
Mm.
We know his war song is Banana Tiger.
Banana tiger, yeah. Too right.
So, Storm, what kind of tiger are you? Banana tiger.
Yeah, banana.
Aren't bananas yellow? I was like, no, not that they're from the fridge.
They are great.
Oh god. He's an old fucking banana.
You birdies. Who's got birdies?
That's the war cry. Why can you guys hear what I'm listening to? I don't understand.
I'm gonna put some incense on.
Incense.
Yeah.
Scare away flies.
Not for the flies.
Burn
The
sage.
thing is that when Gaiac makes his war cry, I suddenly feel like going America, fuck yeah.
America, fuck yeah.
Can I help you? I'm not watching nothing. Are you offering me Doritos?
Doritos.
No.
Doritos.
I'm not saying no.
I'm gonna have Guy grow a beard and wear like an Abraham Lincoln hat. And then it'll just be America!
What's the EPA?
Fuck yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No.
That's what I hear when my father talks.
Oh, but it's so good to fight humans and not official creatures for once. Jesus Christ.
I'm not saying that right now, but
Oh,
Just
guys,
like-
I got TikTok and I managed to get the name Bardnana Tiger.
But
Yeah.
Oh
no,
my god, that is
Oh,
brilliant.
there you go,
I'm
Bard
so happy
nine.
I got it.
Jesus Christ.
I think mine's Kirsty's metal hands.
I think mine's just. I don't even remember 9 actually. Such a long
You're
time
a
ago.
D&D Bard.
Okay, so Stream.
Yeah,
I believe
boy.
it is you. So
Yeah.
they begin to draw their blades. They don't seem like particularly patient people.
Okay. Have you guys? Has anybody seen Angels of Death here?
I've seen clips.
Does anybody recognise Zach's laugh from that?
No, do it for us.
No, I can't.
Absolutely
That's why I'm
iconic.
like saying, can anybody like remember it? Because it's disturbing. Hold on.
Zach's love, Angels of Death.
Hold on, I've sent it in the Discord.
Okay.
Dallas
God,
Street
is that going to
just-
come out your mouth?
Yes, that is going to come out of her mouth, but I can't do it. But imagine
Oh,
that
no.
kind of screeching, horrible, just like murderous laugh, and she pulls a short sword and just charges head
Go, you
first
rubbish.
at
This is
this
gonna
guy.
fucking destroy my ears.
Just mute yourself before you play it.
Oh my god!
Oh, no.
It's truly haunting. Thank you for this.
Baby.
Okay, she's moving forward and attacking.
Aw.
14 to hit.
Keep saying that, hey baby. Is that you?
Oh, it's
El?
my cat. Sorry.
very-
That will miss, Alistair.
Damn it!
You go up and you bring out your short sword and begin to try and jab it through. He pulls out a great sword from across his back and just flicks your short sword away. And he throws a cape from around his shoulder, and you can see now that he is in full plate armor.
Oh, fuck. Have they got shields as well?
He does not have a shield. He's holding he has one on his back, but he's not wielding it. He's got a great sword in his hand.
That's scary, full plate.
Jesus Christ, that's high AC.
Right, damn. In that case, I'm going to disengage and just jump back 10 foot. Yeah.
Okay. Well, no, actually, never mind. Never mind. We got away with it this time. Just need to check something 1 second.
He's just calculating all the damage he's going to do to
So
us.
I think I've just seen some wrong wording.
Someone running.
What's happened?
Oh, okay, never mind. I just realised. I misread some wording in the book.
Oh, I thought you said someone was running in the garden then. I was like,
No.
what?
Okay, Alistair, is that the end of your turn?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Soldiers go. So It's really OP. So it's going. They are going to. Yeah. So they're going to make chase. Oh yeah, these are, yeah, this is pavement. Okay. So, Alistrine, one runs up towards you and is kind of like trying to bring down a longsword. And he's got a shield in his hand, so he's kind of one-handing this longsword and just kind of tries to take a swipe at you. That's going to be an 11 to hit.
Misses.
Okay. So that is his turn. Yep, that's his turn. So he's done. So one is now going to run up towards Storm. Natural 20.
Oh, jeez.
Fuck me.
Roll again.
Yep, you're right. Thank you.
Super dope.
Oh god.
So he's one-handing as well. So that is.
D8.
So you take 13 slashing damage as this guy kind of runs up, and you kind of stumble backwards trying to get yourself in a position as this fully armored man comes towards you, and he just brings down this blade and flicks it mid swing, and it just slashes like deep as the blade twists in your body, and it kind of tears through. And as he pulls the blade away, there is just hair or like fur all along his blade, sticky with blood. As you just have a gash that goes right down here. It's painful. The other two pull out a longbow each and are going to attempt to. One is going to attempt to shoot at Kensei. It's probably going to miss. Yeah, that's probably going to miss. That is a 17 to hit Kensei.
Ooh, that just hits.
It just hit. Oof. Okay, so that is just 7 piercing damage as it pulls out an arrow and just gets through a weakness in your armor, and you feel the arrow sink into your body. The one on the far bottom is going to try and shoot a Gaiac for a 15 to hit.
That hits. Yeah.
Okay, for just 5 piercing damage, and it loosens. It loosens an arrow into your leg.
Oh no.
And that's their turn, Alistair.
He's still got his wings.
Alright, this is gonna be fun. I whisper to myself, alright, this is gonna be fun.
Like, that's worrying.
And I go with this guy. And I'm gonna try 3rd level inflict wounds on him.
Okay, so you're making an attack roll.
Let's see if we can just get it up. Probably gonna miss, because why not? No. Is that hit? 23.
That will hit.
And I said it was 3rd level.
Yep.
Submit. 35 points of necrotic damage.
Okay. How do you want to do it?
Oh shit, I've killed him.
Yeah, you killed him, isn't it?
Was that the guy with the arrow?
That was the guy with the longbow, yeah.
Yeah, so as he tries to loosen up arrow as I'm running towards him, I just grab his wrist and it starts like dusting away, and then as he tries to scream, I put my hand over his mouth and just him away to nothingness. A grin on my face as I look over to the next guy.
Okay, you see this guy over here as he watches you use this death magic to essentially drag the life force out of one of his men. You just hear him whisper, Heretic.
You have no idea.
Anything else?
I believe that would be my turn unless I've got a spell that can burn attack or. No, that's my turn.
Okay, Storm.
Okay, so I'm gonna run up this guy and kick off of him and like do a little flip, back flip
Okay.
behind me and move into this square here. And as I do it, I scratch my claws up my sword, and you hear loud shing, and all the runes light up blue. And as I do this, as I kind of hit the ground and be like, oh, hold on, forget my voice. Alistair, jump! And then I slash my sword across again, and I'm gonna shoot
Motherfucker! Why did I not see her?
diagonally.
Ah, look
Why
at
did I
her
not
in
think
a
about
line.
the fucking
Ah.
diagonal line?
Yeah.
Motherfucker. Well,
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
lightning
yeah,
got
yeah.
there.
Oh.
Lightning got
I
there,
played
lightning got
myself.
there.
Can I
I
jump?
played myself.
Yeah.
Well,
Did
you
play
just
yourself
have to
there.
make the dexterity saving throw.
Yeah,
Congratulations, you played yourself.
I
I'm
can't
hoping.
believe I played myself there.
Sorry, Alistair, this isn't personal. I just knew. Well, yeah, you're dexterous. You'll make.
She'll make it, but
Oh,
she'll
I
get it.
cannot believe that.
You actually didn't make the save.
Plus
Wait, no, you
11.
did. You
Plus
did.
11, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, you did make the save. You made the save. But
Okay, so they all make that saving throws.
yeah,
Okay, yeah, that's a 7. Fail.
yes.
Nothing above a 10.
Oh, brilliant. This could be a nice little wipe then, hopefully. What is it? 86.
What did you just use?
Lightning, but
Lightning bolt
Oh, wait,
diagonally.
sorry, I was
across.
thinking of a different thing. It is plus 8.
Oh shit! You have to.
Oh!
Oh my lord. Wow.
Wow.
Now who's the heretic?
Oh
Nice.
shit!
You, because you just turned him into a fucking
Oh my
white
God.
pig.
Ash.
What?
I want them to
And
turn
then
into
there
ash.
was one.
But I want them to be eviscerated from that.
No, silly, they're pigs. So
Was
they
he
You
get
were
going
turned-
so annoyed that you put him in the line. You could see on his face he's just dying of
You
frustration.
had a bit more weak. Let's let him have that one.
alright, go on. How do you want to do it?
So obviously I've just kicked myself off this guy, flipped, told Alistair to jump, and as I've slashed the sword, the central rune lights up with this bright energy, and just out of it comes this ball of lightning trundling down my sword and just pierces through all of them. Alistair getting the jump off, taking only a little spark from it, and it just sends like a shock of lightning through their entire body as they completely eviscerate.
They just kind of like crackle as their bodies cook and become dust.
And as they become dust, I stick the land in, and I'm like,
Alistair,
One,
you
two,
do take 15 points of lightning damage though, I think.
yeah, you do. You take half.
Bitch.
So you do feel like a shock right up your back as you kind of leap out the way, as the lightning catches on the conductor of your metal blade and rockets up and gives you a painful shock through your body.
Just to check, we didn't have a rest or anything since we left the abyss, have we?
No.
Since we left.
No.
Oh.
Ari's only got.
Stinky.
Anything else, Storm?
No, that is me.
Okay, Val-Aeria.
I was
Um,
just impressed by that.
I'm just gonna firebolt him.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, that unfortunately will miss. You shoot the firebolt, and he actually brings his greatsword out and just slices through the fire, which kind of like dissipates as the force of the blade moves through it.
Okay. Well, not much I can do then.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Kayak.
Okay, so I'm gonna
When it comes to
fire.
rapid fire, guy.
Just an arrow at him.
Yeah,
Just an arrow.
Just an average arrow.
Normal old arrow.
Yeah, that will hit.
Okay, so since it's hit, I'm gonna make it a grasping arrow.
Okay.
Good lord.
So the normal damage he would have taken from the
Who's
arrow
bullying this
13
guy?
piercing. So he takes an extra 2d6 poison damage.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
speed
wow.
reduced by 10 and 2d6 slashing if he tries to move more than 1 feet.
Okay. 2d6 slashing, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm assuming he's still alive.
Yeah, he's still up.
Okay, I'm gonna try and sharpshooter him.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that will hit. That will hit.
Okay. Okay. 16
Why?
piercing.
Because it's kayak.
Oh, is that the damage?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Cool. He's still up.
I can't remember whether I used my action surge or not.
If you didn't note it down, then I'm guessing you didn't.
Okay, I haven't put it anywhere, but I've noted that I used one of my... Okay, so I don't think I action surged.
Okay.
So I'm action surge. I'm gonna try to
Okay.
sharpshooter him again.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, rapid fucking.
Yeah, that'll hit.
23 piercing, what?
Jesus Christ.
We are not fucking around. We have not
Okay.
fucked around here.
That's the best I can possibly roll. Is he still alive?
Is it?
He's still up.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, I'm gonna try and sharpshooter him again.
Okay.
And as I like fire the last one, I kind of glance at Aria and intentionally like just sidestep in front of her. And yeah, I'm gonna sharpshooter.
You missed. I'd love to miss.
Okay. Now that time it will miss.
Oh.
So you shoot your 3 arrows, and then the final one, you got kind of like just snaps it as it lands. He is bleeding profusely. Blood is like trickling from his nose and mouth, and there is just this red stain enveloping over his chest and body.
Okay.
He seems like he should be dead, to be honest.
Necromancy.
Anything else?
No. Gaiak's just breathing really heavily. Like he kind of looks pissed for some reason, but he's just breathing
Okay.
really heavily.
The creature man thing.
Wait, creature
steps-
man?
Creature
Yeah, well, I
man.
mean, everything counts as a creature in
Oh,
D&D.
okay.
It's just what's
like a
the word I'm
song.
looking for? It's
Creature
It's been a long week.
Goodbye.
I can't think of the word. It's force a habit. That's the one I'm looking for.
That
He
sounds
kind
like
of,
a...
as he kind of like his body trembles, some of you kind of see like this, almost like flame. This not quite flame, but like heat wave, kind of shimmer around his body, as he turns to Alistair and charges at him. He's gonna try and slash at you, Alistair. Okay, that's probably not gonna hit. That is a 13 to hit.
Nope.
If he's moving, does he take the 2d6?
That is true. Actually, roll some damage.
I'd love if he just collapses before me.
From blood loss.
He just like,
Oh!
Okay.
Oh, that'd be anticlimactic.
Imagine if he actually
Here's
died
the
on the
lot.
way.
But the real dirty way to end the fight.
Okay. 24 to hit.
that hits.
Okay. So that is 8 slashing damage as his sword kind of comes down. But then there's this burst of light as he smites you.
Oh shit!
Oh.
Okay.
Paladin.
Oh wow.
Well, that isn't good.
The paladin, boys.
So you take, what did I say, 8 slashing damage
Yeah.
and 18 radiant damage.
Fuck.
As there's just this, the blade carves through you, and suddenly, as it does, it's like there is this mark of something on you, and you feel your body boom, as suddenly there's this just blast of radiant lightning that kind of erupts from this wound outwards like flames. Not necessarily like radiant, just light. It is like these bright yellow and red flames, which just immediately put aside. And then he kind of just
Take it down and just smile at him.
you don't have time because he slices through, and the moment the blade comes through, he collapses
Oh, shit,
dead
okay.
on the floor in front of you. So you can smile, but his body, he is dead.
Oh, okay.
Still getting into trouble, then I see.
As he does drop, you do hear in the distance shouting and other footfalls coming in this direction.
We need
I'm
to go
going to
now.
use alter self to make myself look like one of the guards.
I
Guy-
suggest we quickly get into a side street. We can't stay out here.
Are there any like empty buildings nearby that we can take cover in?
or like
Or
any
even
alleyways.
even
we can
any
go to.
Into the
alleyways,
DM.
alleyways that we could duck into.
I mean, there are plenty of alleyways around.
Or we
that
could
you can
climb.
duck into where you can.
I
Third
think-
time to climb.
Just duck into an alleyway and let them pass.
Is the guy that they beat up still around?
Yeah, is he still there?
Roll a perception check. Anyone who's having a look.
Yeah, I'd be looking actually.
Wow.
Oh, that's not good.
Hey.
We'll never get AD's perception. AD's
Oh,
perception.
wow.
80's perception.
Fucking AD carry over into every universe apparently.
God, man.
So you look around and you can't see him in the vicinity. And however, Storm can say you can see what seems to be some kind of man shuffling off, some like 100 feet away, just kind of moving down the street. He seems to have kind of scurried off as soon as the fighting began.
Is
Okay.
is his broken walking stick still on the floor?
I mean, his broken walking stick is still there.
Uh,
The footfalls are louder.
Duck into an alley,
As
come
we
on.
duck into the alley, can I quickly cast Druidcraft and like use some vines to seal the walking stick, but just leave it there and if he comes back?
Sure. Yeah,
Aw,
absolutely.
that's cute.
The footfalls get ever louder. I need everyone to roll me a stealth check.
Right.
Okay, Aria, don't you fucking let
Oh,
me
I was-
down now.
God.
I wanted to use alter self to make myself look like one of the guards.
Sure, yes. What you do, you move the entire
Yeah.
field.
Are you kidding me?
Ah,
What do I
I'm so annoyed. Normally that would be a natural 20, but I have disadvantage.
Oh,
Uh, wow, that is a good roll for you.
Stupid heavy
Bloody
armor.
hand, Aria, roll good.
Wait, what is this? Stealth? Wait, what? Have you got 10? I'm confused by that.
Aria
Oh.
has a +10, Val-Aeria has a +2.
Oh, it's just because the capitals that confused me.
So annoying.
Yeah, it's because I put Aria's in the expertise box, so it's easier.
It makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so the footfalls are getting louder. Are all of you going into an alleyway?
I think
Mm.
so.
Mhm.
yeah.
I'm gonna pretend to look as they've gone into the alleyway. I've used alter self to make myself look like a guard. And put myself on one knee and start breathing heavily, like I've just been in a battle.
Okay. So you guys. Oh, sorry, that sounded like someone was behind me. So the rest of you kind of dart into the alleyway as you hear these guards beginning to approach. and someone taps you on the shoulder in the alleyway, and you turn. You can see this man, kind of young-looking, maybe in his mid-20s, with a cowl over covering his head, with a deep navy cloak over some leather armor, and he kind of like taps. Who's he going to tap? He's going to tap Gaiak on the shoulder, and that's where you kind of turn to see this guy stood behind you, and yeah, sorry. So I was just looking at something. He taps you on the shoulder and says, "Come with me, quick!" And he pulls out the brooch that you recognise as being part of the Alura's Guild.
Okay.
Ah, there we go.
I quickly just like grab the attention, kind of like tap everyone, try not to make too much noise, and give them the signal to follow me. Yeah.
I say to the
What about Alistair?
Val-Aeria will pass a message to Alistair and say, we're following this guy, I'm assuming, to Mayfly. Catch up when you can.
Message received. Message, if I can message back.
Roger that.
Before we do,
Yeah.
before we do start moving though, I just ask him as quietly as possible, who are you?
This isn't a good place to talk.
Fair enough. And yeah, I'm ready to follow.
So, Alistair, as the message, as you respond to the message, you see about 10 guards, just as armed, marching through from around the corner in a kind of like diamond formation, at a reasonable speed, weapons drawn. What happened?
Where did they come from? What path? Left, right, or straight ahead?
From up here. So you're about up here. They're coming from this direction, or wherever you want to be. But they're coming up here.
Covering the wound I've got, I'm literally like, I don't know. They attacked us. They went that way. They almost killed us all. And I point down here, basically just pointing ahead, saying they went that way.
You have your feet.
Yes, I have my feet. So
I'll deception with advantage, because otherwise they probably catch you out immediately. Like, this guy ain't from where we're from.
23.
Advantage, though.
Advantage, though.
Advantage,
Yeah.
Thank
Good
God
job.
I
for
always
that.
forget.
so bad.
Ooh, good thing I got that feet.
What way are you pointing?
That way. Just opposite way of where they've went, basically.
Return to the barracks. You will be briefed about your encounter later on and your subsequent failure. I expect punishment will be in your future. The rest of you, let us find whoever did this. And they kind of divide. So a couple of people go down this direction, and the bulk of them head off that direction.
When they're all gone, before I start going the other way, I wanted to see if I can take like a religious symbol off one of the people.
Sure, yes. You find like a necklace with a symbol of a sword that has like flames wreathed around the blade.
And I start going back.
Yeah. I'll say at this point you can probably just see them, and you can meet up with them. So, are you guys deciding to follow?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Got so much shit in my backpack.
Where did you pick up shit from? Did you go to a toilet and just like dig it out? What?
freshly scraped off of Frisk's
Nice
body.
dad joke, bro.
So you
Okay.
you follow this strange cloaked individual through the streets of Silcity, the very different streets. He guides you through the alleyways until he comes to a sewer grate, which he looks around, check if anyone's around before opening it up, and you can see that there is some metal, a metal ladder that leads down, and he climbs in first and begins to go down. He leads you into the sewers of Silcity. Not a pleasant place, to be sure. But all the same, you trudge through. For what feels like nearly an hour and a half, winding through the darkness, only a few torches to light your way. Eventually, you come across a stone door along an extended hallway of sewage systems. He kind of looks around once again just to make sure that no one has been following before knocking on the door. It scrapes open, revealing a hideout, nowhere near as lavish as the old place. Instead, it seems to be, well, a repurposed area in the sewage system. You're greeted by a particularly unpleasant smell. I'm not sure if the individuals that you see around in this space have got used to the smell yet themselves. Hardly. It's dimly lit by torches hung on the wall and many candles spread throughout varying rooms of this small little section of the sewer. It's humid and stuffy. You hear people talking and laughing, getting what joy they can in a few hours between work. As you're guided in, you find yourselves in this main room with some tables, chairs, and stools used for some kind of relaxation. A number of unique individuals sitting at the tables, varying tattoos indicating a mix of the various gangs of Silcity, including the underdogs. Looking through one doorway, you see what appears to be a bunk room where many of the people that are hiding out here are staying. There are two other doors that seem to be closed. You don't know if they're locked, but they're certainly closed in this small, quite compact and almost claustrophobic area. Whoever is living here quite clearly is doing so out of desperation rather than luxury. You're guided through this main space towards a door with the letters crudely carved into the door frame, War Room. Your guide knocks at the door. You hear a muffled open. The door opens and you hear the guy kind of like lean into the room. Your assumption was right. It was then. Before gesturing you to enter. What do you wish to do?
Go in.
Yeah.
Enter.
Follow in.
Enter.
Entree.
Entree.
Enter gives.
No, entree is a food, Elle, seriously.
Are you an idiot?
Jack's on fire today.
Yeah, yes, but that's not the point.
Whipping out all the dad jokes.
Sorry, I actually have Dad on the other line. He's feeding these to me, like, as we go along.
In an earpiece.
Self-insurance.
Oh. There we go. So, as you pass through the doorway of this this room, you look in to see a well-lit private space with a large table, a map of the city strewn across it. Various figurines are placed atop, which you take to mean, which you take to be indicating the movement of troops and vital resources in the city. As you step through, you see a familiar man with his slicked back white hair, his rather worn-looking regal clothing, his noble clothing, and sharp beard. It is Mayfly, but he's joined with another individual. She is wearing polished armor, which is polished to the point of reflection with spotless garments. She very clearly takes care of her appearance with large metal plate shoulder guards and van braces, chain armor, which seems to be covered by black and red open robes with gold trimming. The robes appear to be in separate pieces, held together by ties that go well up to the armpit. Black boots and yellow laces that reach up to her knees. Her skin slightly tanned, though you get the impression it's less of a regional complexion and more of a continuous outside work. She has plaited, groomed hair that is tied back and concealed behind a large red cape that covers her back. Her features are sharp and fierce, with narrow, darkened eyes.
She seems nice.
As you kind of take in this moment of these surroundings and the individuals stood in front of you, you see a look of concern and intrigue across Mayfly's face. When they heard that a group of people matching your description was spotted in the city, I could not believe it.
How long has it been since we last saw you?
It is... We can get to that.
Damn it, Mayfly.
How does a group that stands out as much as you do sneak past legions of soldiers and smuggle themselves into the middle of an occupied city?
We were not smuggled. We
have our way.
Arranged here.
You what?
We
Weirdly
teleported
enough,
here.
we have, ironically enough, Camilla to thank for it.
Well, regardless, I am immensely pleased to see you again. You can see this kind of look of relaxation, his intrigue and concern kind of softening to a smile. As you can see, there has been a few bumps in the road in your absence. The woman stood next to him speaks up. A rather strong understatement. She turns towards you and reaches out her hand to shake, placing it forward to whoever is kind of in front of the rest of the group, I suppose. Edith Birch, ex-law advisor of Silcity. I've heard interesting things about you.
I'm gonna shake her hand.
It's a firm, strong grip.
Kaek's surprised by the strength of the grip and makes it like.
What a woman.
Simp.
Hey man, don't hurt me because I've got a lot of love to give.
My name is Things Like Storm. I don't think we've been introduced.
Who are you saying that to?
Mainly Mayfly, because they keep talking about him.
No, I do not believe we have met. I
Let us
was
just say,
like seeing a new face.
I may have been the reason that they traveled for so long. Alongside this one, of course. And I point at Arya.
He hasn't even noticed that Arya is there at this point. But as you kind of indicate to her, Arya, it's good to see you alive and well. I take it your operation was successful. He kind of plays it off to talk to the rest of you.
But here I am.
Here you are.
Sorry, Ewan, what did you say the lady in armor's name was again?
Edith.
Edith Birch.
Edith Birch, thank you.
So I think all of us are a little bit concerned as to why Foiforte are in Valanor. They finally took the city, huh?
He almost doesn't seem to hear you as he kind of looks around. You see you have lost two of your companions.
Two?
The Dragonborn and the Lizard Folk. Drisk.
The Dragonborn left of his own accord. This, however, was not as fortunate.
I see. I'm sorry for your loss. Sorry, you asked about the city, yes. I take it that you are not up to date with the current situation then. It is a rather long story.
We've been otherwise indisposed, and we're not quite sure for how long it's been on this side.
It reminds me of when the Golden Empire took Kentu in the Junelands. You were under occupation, yes?
The city is under occupation, yes.
It is as I feared.
Things are dire at the moment, as you can probably tell. A few days after you left, Duncan recalled much of the northern garrison from the front lines. He had become overwhelmed with paranoia, believing the fire to be caused by Foifortian terrorists. And you see Edith kind of step forward, which it was. Yes, it was. And he kind of just flashes you this look of like, don't fucking say anything. With their sabotage successful and the weakness of the city obvious, the Prophet King declared open war, marching his troops south. It was led by a general called Lord Marcin. Within a 10-day, they'd already reached the border, where the defenseless front lines were decimated. Word came through that they had laid siege to Lafgard and Bladestone, and more troops were marching on the capital. A month after the fire... Sorry, what did you say?
No, sorry, I was going to ask, Lafgard wasn't the place that that wasn't the place we were almost arrested, was it? When we were searching for potions.
No,
that was
a different place.
Okay.
Hop upon still, I think. Lafgard was a different city.
Okay.
A month after the fire, the Foifortian army had laid siege, but rather than attacking, they starved the city out. I tried my best to do what I could to smuggle food in, but the army was thorough. It lasted about a month before our people grew hungry and weak. They demanded that Duncan surrender, but he refused. There was an uproar, rioting, in the mass hysteria. Thousands flocked to the castle walls. It was a bloodbath. Even outmatched the populace, they could not last. Even outmatching the populace, sorry, they could not last forever. And soon the city guard were overwhelmed. Duncan, the queen, and their son were dragged from the castle and pelted with unfavorable items and executed in the market.
Yeesh.
Yes. I doubt anyone can say that they were exactly pleased, but I think you have to understand that people were desperate. The next day, the city surrendered and the soldiers marched in without even having to raise a blade. Ever since the occupation, things have been getting more and more dire. The city is under curfew. No one may be out after 6 without an express exception. Anyone caught is subject to immediate execution or arrest. The soldiers are raiding and looting stores at random, raising taxes and burning places that defy their supreme culture. So we decided we are not going to lie down like cattle to the slaughter. We began a resistance of sorts, but as you can tell by our surroundings, things did not go down well with old Garson. This is not quite the same place you left 3 months ago.
Three months ago.
Yes.
It sounds as if you have replaced salt water with oil in leadership.
That is an elegant way of putting it, yes.
I do not speak for this group, and I have my own desires, but I will do what I can to help you.
I appreciate it.
Wait. We're not actually thinking about staging a full-blown rebellion against Foiforte, are we?
We cannot leave these people to their death. It would not be right.
These people killed their king. What makes you think that they wouldn't do the same to you?
I do not want to be king. I just want the people to be free.
They have an entire army. We're a bunch of sewer rats.
Maybe with more organization. With your knowledge of the city, you can stage a guerrilla war.
We do.
That
owe
is
a lot
what
to
we're
the city.
doing so far.
In the Junelands, this is how we combated the Golden Empire.
And how well did that work out?
It worked quite well for a long time, actually, almost repelling them. I was part of the rebellion, you may say.
Did you say it almost worked?
It would have worked, but there were complications that extend.
Exactly.
the-
Would have,
no,
and
it is.
did. It's very different, Storm. Say we do.
How close am I to Storm at this point?
I mean, you're kind of like in a fairly small room. It's not particularly large. You're fairly close together.
Say
Is
we
there
do.
anyone between me and him?
Is anyone what?
Anyone between Storm and Astrid. I mean, you can maneuver yourself into a position that's near him.
No, I'd like to move further away, please.
Okay.
Back away slowly.
Sure.
I agreed to help your group. I never said anything about staying.
Say we do take back the city. This is just a city. What makes you think that they won't instantly try starving it out again? You can take back a city, but that won't defeat an entire goddamn empire.
All I hear is that you want to live in ignorance and forget what you have seen here.
What I want to do is to stop the suffering.
I will say that we do owe a lot to Silcity. We inhabited it for many.
Do we owe a lot?
Weeks.
Weeks. Yeah, I was trying to think of how long we'd actually been it for.
Like maybe 2 whole 20 days. Tops.
People of the city.
The best we can do is get the citizens of the city outside of the city somehow. Move them away.
It's just gonna put her head in her hands and start laughing, and just anyone who would kill their own king deserves everything that comes to them.
Well, you obviously don't know what happens when people suffer. When people suffer, they are desperate. They've been fighting a war that they were told grand stories about, and the second they got on the front line, they were slaughtered by ignorance.
They died serving their city.
The very least I can do, Mayfly, is I will offer my training in training any militia you wish. I have experience in training militia.
I appreciate the sentiment. We'd have to discuss this, of course. I'm not familiar with you, and I like to know about the people I work with.
That I can do.
Perfecto.
I'll, as he says that, I'll go, I will vouch for the man.
I respect your word.
When we were undertaking an incredibly difficult task, we asked much of him after only having just met, yet he still offered to help. I think that says much about the quality of his character.
Agreed. We'll talk about it.
I'm going to
I
take.
understand. Sorry, go on.
Does he? Because this is. I know it was very shoddily carved into the door, but since this is the war room, is there a plans and a war map laid out on a table?
There's a map of Silcity with some kind of troops, little miniature things that seem to indicate resources, troops, etc.
I want to take a look at it.
Okay, cool. I'm not going to make you roll a perception check. That would be stupid. Okay, you take a look at it. You see there's quite a lot of figurines on here. From best you can tell, it looks like there are markings of convoys, of warehouses that contain key resources for both this resistance and also the Foifortian army. There, of course, are figures that dictate where masses of the soldiers are, where they're stationed. So maybe there's a group of them that are stationed at a particular location within the city. They're marked out. Of course, they can't really indicate patrols, as they are very, very sparse. I guess they own the city, so it's very difficult to make clear-cut indications of patrols. But there's a plethora of information on there. Is there anything in particular you're trying to look for?
So it clearly highlights all the troop placements for the Foiforte troops.
Yes, there is a lot of them, and in places you'd expect. There's a lot in the Castle District, and in Newmarket, etc.
The two locations I really want to look at for the Foiforte troops are there was a barracks just outside the Lavenders, wasn't there?
It's actually outside there was an old barracks.
Converted barracks.
Yeah, this one here. An old barracks that was converted to a tavern.
Ah, okay. I want to check there. I also want to check around the district where Jaren was.
Okay. So that's up here. So that's Irontown, where Irontown meets the Stinks. there's quite a lot of patrols that happen in the Stinks because it's a big
Rough
place
neighborhood.
right with crime. The barracks, it seems to indicate that there's quite a few soldiers there.
Judging from, can I do an insight check on Alistair? Judging by the speech he just gave and whether or not he actually. Sorry, I need to turn the background sound down. I can barely hear anyone. Oh, good no. Rhythm is so loud. Yeah. Can I do an insight check on Alistair? Because I feel like I feel like after that speech he knows a bit more about Foiforte than he's letting on.
Okay. Sure, you can make an insight check and Alistair, roll a d20 and add the appropriate modifier, or roll it to me in private. Either one of those can work.
Come on, insight! Don't fail me now. Oof.
Is Leafy there?
Yeah, sorry, I cut out for a bit. What were you saying?
I need you to make either a deception or persuasion check. What were you doing? Do you want to say it again, Kensei?
After the speech that Alistair just gave, I get the sense he possibly knows, and his reaction to the whole presence of Foiforte in the city in general. I'm just trying to see if he knows more about Foiforte than he's letting on. And I rolled a 20.
Ooh.
Oh, what does that mean?
This has happened before, hasn't it?
I'm proficient in it, so.
We gotta do it again.
Hold on, I need to think because there is something.
Person with the highest advantage roll wins. Well,
it's actually more about if you're
Depends
trying.
if he's actively lying.
No, Kensei, I say that you succeed that, and the reason I say that is because this is about making an ability check. So if the DC was, if this was an NPC and it rolled a 20 and you rolled a 20, you meet the check requirements, you meet the DC. So in this instance, Kensei would succeed in this check.
What was your question?
I'm basically trying to see, based on his reaction to Foiforte's presence in the city and the whole, everything he just said about soldiers on the front lines, etc. If he knows more about Foiforte than he's going on.
Obviously, let my religious stuff out again. I'm just put my arms up to Kensei I even need to explain. You not to know what I told you? I'm on a crusade against my family's religion. I've been trained for war. This is why I'm out here. The people that have taken the city are who I'm fighting against. So yeah, I know a bit about them.
Good. Because I know nothing. And I'll turn to Mayfly and I go, if both of you could please fill me in, I know very little about this Foiforte. Why did they come here specifically, if their crusade is to wipe out your religion? From what I understand, from what I've seen, I haven't exactly seen many priests of your faith about.
No, but the country of Bellinor, our country, we have a state religion, which is the Church of the Eight. That is, well, there's been a lot of religious conflict here for a while, but that is the official religion of the country. So, but I don't know if it's I feel like faith is an excuse to declare war. I don't truly believe this is about religion. I believe this is about power and conquest.
Agreed. Leaders have declared war on nations for far more arbitrary reasons. What about their power structure? How do Foiforte armies work?
Not dissimilar to our own, I suppose. I don't really... Honestly, it is not my jurisdiction. I don't know enough about. I could not tell you that. You'd have to talk to someone... Well, someone who knows a bit more about their military structure.
I turn to Alistair.
You muted, Alistair.
For all that I know, they go on crusades,
I can
taking
hear him
large
as well.
and burning things.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hear me?
I think... Oh no, I think... Oh no.
Oh no.
I can
Yeah,
hear
no.
everyone.
No,
Yeah,
I
I'm
can...
getting some cut-outs, but it's
Oh,
not as
no.
bad as the other day.
Sam, are you getting
Yeah,
that?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
hear everyone.
Okay, good.
GG.
I
They go on.
go on.
I was just on the answer to that question. Can say they go on. Well, what I know of anyway, they go on crusades, taking big cities and landmarks as their own and burning everything in between. And they won't stop until they take much anything under their banner.
How long have they been around?
For as long as I can remember. Ever since the fall of the old gods, I guess, is what I know.
Would
They've
I know
been-
how long that is?
I mean, that is probably a
Oh,
term you
don't-
might have come across. Sorry, did I cut out there?
No, I was just thinking that because things like old gods and such probably wouldn't mean much to a guy from the Pearl Islands.
No,
So-
it's probably a term that you will have come across. People tend to use that as another way of talking about when humans landed on this continent, otherwise known as the landing.
A couple hundred years at least, I would be able to gather.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, you don't know much about the history of this
From the rest
country,
of
I
the
don't think.
continent.
From what I know, anyway.
That's quite some time. They can't have been that
Yes.
competent. They can't have been that competent, or they would have conquered half this continent by now.
They've been
Something.
growing in power ever since then. It's only now that they've started to rear their heads.
Well, how does their infrastructure work? Do they have captains? Do they have generals, lords, etc.?
Edith is going to actually speak up at this point. Their military seems to be not that different to our own. They may call them different things, but they have a hierarchy in their military.
So there is a leadership,
Yes, there is a power structure.
a leadership that can be disrupted.
If you can make it to them, yes.
My experience with zealots, whether religious or otherwise, they tend to be rather, what is the word? Useless without someone to give them orders.
That is true.
Free thinking is not exactly something common among those types. Who's the highest ranking Foiforte in the city?
In the city, in Silcity currently,
Yes.
A man named Lord Garson Favre. He is the military commander that was charged with conquering Bellinor and currently sits on the throne.
Garson Favre.
Yes. But he is very well guarded in the castle.
Of course he is.
And from what reports say, he is an animal when it comes to battle.
So just whistle.
This may be a stupid thing to ask, but what I could potentially, if you have means, I could reach out to my brother in Verlam and ask if maybe they could come to aid as well.
Well, this is what I wanted to talk about. I realize that we did not exactly leave on the best terms, but we could really use your help. The whole city, really. Country, even. I have come to the conclusion over the past couple of months that you have a way of being rather loud. But that might be exactly what we need right now. Even if everything goes to plan, there is no way for us, as Alistair said, to fight an entire occupying force. We can only slow them down. What we need is the support of the other kingdoms. Aria, Alistair, both of you have connections that could prove useful in swaying over swaying over your respective monarchs.
Well, me and my brother are not on the best of terms, but a letter explaining the situation couldn't hurt.
I think it will require more than a letter, is what Mayfly is trying to insinuate.
Well, that's what I mean. I could reach out and ask for them to come and help.
It will require more than a letter.
What do you mean?
I am
Go there and
suggesting that you act almost as diplomatic envoys to visit each of these kings and queens and to try and sway them into lending support to the resistance here. That is the most important thing we could do right now.
Whoa, I see. Well, I have no problem going back home for a bit. I was actually going to talk to the group about that anyway. I think I need to go back home for a bit.
Like I said, I'm not going to watch another country fall to a powerful, abusive army.
Eventually it will, if we don't do something about it. We can only resist for too long before people become used to the new way of life.
I suggest you get as many people out the city as you can.
We are already on that. Every day we smuggle more and more people out of the city, people that are threatened by the occupying force. But it is not easy to do. There are thousands of people here, and every extra person we take is another chance for, well, to find out. It is difficult. At the moment, we are more focused on protecting people than we are at fighting back.
Well, don't have to convince me.
Look, I understand. We left off on on the wrong foot. Why don't you take the night to talk? Have some food, have some drink. There's plenty to go around. Free, of course. Even if you were to accept this, it would take a couple of days to make the arrangements to get you out of the city safely and quietly. It is not as easy as this. You cannot just walk out the front gates. And especially not people the country sees as unfavorable. And he looks across at the non-humans.
Does Foiforte have something against non-humans?
Let us just say they are... You know what? As a man of many, many words, I cannot even think of a way to put it politely. They are racist. They are bigoted and they are racist.
Do you need to put it politely?
No, and that is why I decided not to. They don't deserve it.
Very well. If everyone is okay, taking some time to adjust.
Well, if you have anything to talk about, I will be here. We're still making plans, but I am happy to take some time to discuss anything that you wish to. If you have any questions or things you want to get off your chest, I understand.
Do you have rooms we can stay in? For the night, of course.
We have beds here, yes. Unfortunately, we are limited on space, so it is a shared bunkhouse, but yes, we have some space.
I got no problem snuggling up with someone.
Gaik makes another little.
Alistair takes out his water and just starts drinking it.
I have a question, actually. What does he mean that you ended on a bad note?
I was also curious
bad
about
turn?
this.
What happened?
There was some complications.
Val-Aeria gives me
job.
evils.
You can see he is visibly not meeting her gaze. If any of you do wish that you do not want to... Let me start that again, I apologize. If any of you decide that you do not want to be part of this, that is okay. And if you still have the desire to leave the city, which I would predict would be a decision you'd want to make, we will still make best efforts to smuggle you out.
Shall we all go discuss this as a group? What do you want to do?
I agree that we should, yes, talk.
Yes.
As you kind of begin to move away, Edith, who's very quiet and only kind of puts her opinion in when she really feels that she wants to. If you have any questions about the monarchs or what you might be walking into, part of my job was to remain up to date with threats to the city. I am preparing a brief regarding this for tomorrow, should you require the information, which I would recommend. The circles of kings and queens are dangerous places, so it pays to be knowledgeable of the courts they hold. That is all.
Then
Yes.
we shall retire.
Wait, was there a bar area around? Did you
So
say?
there's,
Or is it just
tables and
like
chairs. Like it's real, like pulling together everything they can to make into tables and chairs. Like some of the tables, there are tables and there are chairs, but you know, it's also made up of stools and large crates. You know, it's haphazardly made. But yes, there's kegs up against one side of the wall and fresh food that's brought in to like a not quite a buffet table, but it's kind of like a go and grab some food sort of situation. It's not a bar. It's almost like a barracks for whatever this resistance is.
Alice is gonna go to one of the kegs and start filling up his water skins again.
Okay.
Are you hiding any of this, or are you doing this in plain view of everyone?
I guess I can't hide it. That's the thing.
Yeah, I don't know if you. I mean, it's obvious it's a keg as well.
I mean, like,
Yeah,
just
like after
the constant
She
drinking.
said that's all. I'm literally just gonna walk out. No, like since we entered the abyss, I haven't been trying to hide it.
Okay.
Okay. So as you guys leave the war room, Mayfly and Edith go back to the table and begin discussing some further plans and tactics as you kind of close the door and head back into this main room.
I don't leave the war room just yet, and I say
Okay,
that
cool. I knew I should have asked. One time I didn't ask.
I care. I'll tell the rest of them I'll catch up with you in a moment.
Don't talk shit about me behind my back, and say I'm watching you.
I close the door before she even finishes that sentence.
You little bitch!
I'll walk back over to the war table, specifically going over to Mayfly because I don't trust I don't trust this lady.
Right.
If I might have a word.
Absolutely. Oh, you mean privately?
If possible.
He kind of just looks over at Edith, who doesn't say a word, and she walks to the door, opens it, and closes the door behind her.
No one ever died being too careful.
Well, given how we left, I think it is understandable that we should probably be a little more wary of those we keep around us.
Especially people who were formerly part of the government that didn't want anything to do with you.
Very true. But we're all members of the resistance now, whether we like it or not.
Mutual interest lasts until those interests change.
What was that? Sorry, I think I might have missed a bit of that.
Mutual interest only lasts until those interests change.
Agreed.
It's probably worth something to you now. If you could plan to continue this guerrilla fight while we are away, these perhaps might be useful. And I'll take out the notes that I found in Camilla's hideout. Did I get to specifically check what they were about? Because we snatched them pretty quickly.
I say that you haven't, but I mean you can place them on the table and be looking through them as he does if you want to.
When we re-emerged within this city, we did so in a particular part that was once owned by Camilla. We found a lot of private documents in their hideout. And I lay them out on the table.
Okay, I am just finding it right now. Sorry, it was a while ago. Where are you? Okay. Yes, these are interesting. As you look through, you can see. Let me just double check that I haven't updated this on something else, because I want to make sure you get the right information.
Oh no, we grabbed the wrong ancient documents from that.
Okay, so what you see are letters on the desk which appear to be forged as the Hound, and they are to various individuals that seem to be kind of like working for the underdogs, or were working for the underdogs at one point. And one particularly stands out to you. It is a letter from someone calling themselves Korzor, which is addressed to the Hound. It indicates that they are in contact with each other, have made some kind of mutual agreement that you and you're kind of listed in these descriptions, that these individuals are to be captured and returned to Korzor. In turn, Korzor has paid for the use of the Rosen sisters to interrogate the PCs about what they know on the Hound, after which they are to be returned alive to Korzor so that he might, and I quote, have his fun with them.
Oh no.
Wait,
Does that name mean anything to me?
Taken?
Yes, it was in a letter you found with the orc.
The orc?
Yeah, back in episode...
the orc chieftain, like forever
The
ago.
orc chieftain has a letter addressed to him, and it was from a Korzor.
So that's two people now we've encountered with letters from Korzor to capture us.
Yeah. Presumably he's...
You might want to read... I mean, I know Arya has that letter, I'm pretty sure. At least Ellie has the actual document.
I have an orc journal. I know about a letter.
Oh, I thought you had a letter somewhere. Maybe someone else has it. But you got a letter a while ago.
Okay. Anything else? Is there anything like perhaps detailing like of underdog hideouts that the guild may not have been aware of?
Not specific. There's no actual named locations. There's no named locations.
Okay.
It appears to be like a handful of letters written to various, code-named individuals, but they never mention places or real names, for the obvious reason that if someone were to get a hold of them, boom, a location is leaked.
Okay. I do not know whether these can be overly useful to the campaign, but if you might...
Yeah, good to know.
Have you ever heard this name? Korzor?
No.
It's the second time now we've encountered this. We've encountered them.
No, but it does seem that it is someone who is out to get you. So I'd be careful about that. If it is this person who sent after these assassins on you, then they obviously want you.
I could not comprehend why. Perhaps you could if you might do us a small favor.
Of course.
I understand it would be difficult now, but if at any point any of your network hears say the name Korzor, would you inform us of what they hear?
Of course I shall. Do whatever I can to inform you if I do hear that name, but I have not yet. But is there a way I can communicate with you if you are gone from this place? Not dead, obviously.
Jesus. If you ever die, is there any way I can tell you all that stuff you should have done? I think for the time being, perhaps it should be. Your best bet will either be to send word to the Ravenwood family, or to wherever Alistair will end up taking us if he agrees.
Okay. I'll do just that.
I might also want to inform you that. Where exactly was the hideout that we emerged from? Let me write that.
It was in the Stinks, near like the top right up here.
Could I remember the directions?
Yeah, I mean, you could give him you could tell him where it is. Yeah,
I didn't have much time to survey the hideout when we arrived there. Time was of the essence. But if you could send some scouts there, perhaps you'll find something more useful.
Thank you. That is a good idea. Thank you.
If I may also offer some personal advice.
Sorry, if you want to say that again, you cut out there.
Sorry. Barbot was... I was trying to speak, but Barbot was that loud. If I may also offer some personal advice.
Of course.
This situation you find yourself in, it is not unfamiliar to me. As someone who has dealt with something similar, my advice would be, if you want to fight, and if you want people to fight with you, you have to give them a symbol. Something to make them want to fight. It isn't enough to tell them they should. Theatricality is, wow, very gaudy, can be a tool when fighting against oppression such as this.
Thank you, I will take that into consideration. If I am honest, I have not given a great deal of thought about how to lead this. This is a situation I never thought I would be in. Every time I have come up against conflict like this, it has been instinct to run away, but after what you said before you left, I could not do that again.
Running does not work forever.
No. So I'll stand and fight here, whether it be the end of me or not.
Let's try to aim for not.
Yes. I like that idea.
Very well. I will see you at the rest of things to do.
See you then.
I'll just leave. Catch up with the rest of the guys.
Head out the room. As you guys kind of converge in the main room, if there's anything you want to say before Kensei arrives, we can do that. But before we do, we're going to take a short break, I think.
Yeah, and
I was just
people
gonna say,
need to get some food.
Kensei walked in on a conversation with Arya going, "Do you bleed lava?" and like asking really dumb questions to Val-Aeria.
When you cry, do your tears instantly dry
When you
up? Is it
poop,
like
is it
steam?
like lava rocks? You poop lava rocks?
Alright, we'll be back after these non-existent messages.
No fun.
just gonna let some weird moment there pass. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So, did anyone have anything they wished to say without Kensei present, as he was in the room with?
And you want to be?
Do or say, sorry.
I'm gonna say some mean things behind my
whilst
back.
Kensei is away. Okay, I'd say that, isn't it? So Kensei finally comes out of the room after about 5 minutes extra. What do you guys wish to do? So you're in this this kind of like haphazard bar area, I guess. But it's there's also all the storages here, training equipment. It's like everything thrown together in one room essentially, except the beds.
It's getting a drink.
Okay, Alistair goes up and pours himself a drink.
Who else is in here with us?
So there's an assortment of different groups of people, from kind of just people that just look like workers to members of other gangs that have basically been driven underground anyway. And they're like the different gangs of the city that are sat intermingling, surprisingly, unified by their circumstance, including members of the underdogs that are very visibly underdogs from their underdog tattoos, wherever they might be on their bodies.
Underdog.
It's a broad mix, but there's not a lot of people here. Yeah, it's not crammed. You know, there's maybe 20 to 30 other people in this room alone.
Okay.
And they're not all at tables. They might be working on other things. So there are 3 tables if you wish to sit at a table.
Yeah. What other like things to drink are like on offer laid out?
So there are a couple of kegs. One is a cider, one is an ale. Neither of which you expect to be particularly expensive or pleasant. There are smaller, kind of almost like kegs, but they kind of sit upright rather than as a keg as long ways. Smaller and upright, and they appear to be red wine. There is obviously water. Though, you know, it's not the cleanest looking water in the world. Yeah, there's no spirits that you can see. No juices, nothing like that. It looks like it's kind of water or alcohol.
Okay. Having never tried red wine, Gaiac's gonna pour himself some wine.
Okay, so you get like a small, I mean, they're not like wine glasses, they are literally like wooden mugs at this point. They're not, nothing is particularly luxurious here. So you get a small wooden cup and pour some wine into it. Are you taking a sip?
Yeah.
It's very, very bitter. Very bitter and dry, actually. But then there's this overwhelming like that goes through your mouth, as it tastes like it's kind of spiced.
Okay.
It's not bad, but you can definitely tell it's quite dry.
When you say spice, do you mean like mulled wine, or?
Not mulled, but it's got like a spicy aftertaste, I guess. I'm trying to think of a different way of describing it. Like you can feel
like a kick at the back of the throat.
Yeah, a little bit of like this, a burning kick. It's got heat to it, and it tingles, makes your mouth tingle, or your beak, I guess. Still your mouth.
I'm getting 2 water skins of those. Boy.
Okay.
I'm gonna move to the bar and inspect the water. Have a little smell of it.
It smells like water, obviously, but it does smell a little bit stale. Like it's been sat there for probably quite a while.
I kind of turn my nose up at it a little bit and take out my water skin and take a tiny little sip, and then dabble some of it a little bit on my fur where it's a bit blood stained from the slash, and I take out a little rag and start cleaning off the blood from the fur.
Okay, you've now got a very bloody rag. You can see currently there is a scar across where this wound still is. Luckily, wound infection doesn't appear to be a part of D&D mechanics, but I wish it was.
Oh god.
Like
Actually,
people
it's
things to think about.
variant rule. There is a variant rule for it.
Find the closest bed and just curl up in it.
Sure. So there's a separate room with bunks in it. As you go in, you can see there are quite a few people on sleeping on different beds in this room. They are bunk beds. It looks to be maybe about 50 or 60 people could sleep in this room. They've crammed the beds in as much as they can. The linen isn't, well, I say linen, it's more a wooden frame with some piles of hay thrown atop, with a small linen sheet and some rolled up wool as a pillow. It's not overly comfortable. But you can't really expect it to be, I guess, in this situation. Are you going to curl up on the bed?
Hell yeah.
Okay, Alistair, you watch Alistair kind of move off into the bunk room without really talking to anyone.
Aria's gonna go sit next to Gaiak, and she's gonna notion to Alistair and say, "Oh, what's that all about?"
Well, you cut out a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, you cut out there for me as well.
I just said, "So what's that all about?"
In reference to
Alistair drinking.
Honestly, I've had a conversation with him before. He's getting slightly out of hand. I'm not really sure what to do about it.
You've been drinking a lot more recently.
Yes, he doesn't seem to even care that we know anymore.
I leave you guys for a few months, huh?
We fall apart without you, Aria.
It's not just him. There's an air about all of you. Something feels weird. I don't know. Am I overthinking it? I don't know.
I mean, things have been different since we entered that place, but things have been different since we lost Thrisk. But I'm glad that you're back.
Well, of course I missed my favorite bird buddy, of course. Tell you what, knowing your interest in such things, when we get back to Berlin, I think there's somebody I'd like to... Might be quite interesting for you.
I'm excited to meet them. I forgot to give you this, actually. And he pulls out from his pocket a little snail shell, and it's got carved into it some feathers and a little heart in the middle.
Oh,
and just passes it to you.
Oh, thank you very much. Is it just a shell, or is it an actual snail?
No, just an empty snail shell. Don't worry,
Okay.
It's no little pet for you.
I'd be like, thanks. Avocado, thanks. I shall treasure it always.
I made one for everyone else, and I think yours was the first I made, but you wasn't there when I gave them out, so...
Yes. Can't predict what life is going to throw at us, eh?
Indeed.
Still, we are all together again, which is good.
-1.
Yes, I would like to... I'm assuming, but did you bury him?
Yes, as soon as we can, I would like to take you to visit him.
I would like to. While I'm sitting here as well, I'm going to look at the dagger.
Okay.
Look, see if I can determine.
So, Either you can have someone identify it, or you need to spend a long rest. You need to spend. Sorry, I think it's only an hour. You need to spend an hour kind of investigating it, and you're kind of playing with it as well. You're not just kind of looking at it intently.
Oh, yeah, no.
Attunement is kind of like playing with it, trying out.
Testing the weight, throwing it at a wall where there's no people. Don't want to hit no one. I'll do that.
Okay. Anything else from anyone?
So does everyone.
Are there any like bugs down here? Insects.
I mean, yeah, there are definitely bugs.
Okay, if like there's the odd one laying around, Guy's gonna pick him up and put him in his little pouch that he keeps of insects.
Okay, I'll say that you can pick up a handful of bugs over the period of the time.
Nice.
Did I hear Alistair say something?
No, I just said I'll continue drinking on. Probably find an empty table.
Cool. Anything from anyone else?
Are we discussing our plans tonight, or do you wish to sleep before?
I think maybe we should try to discuss now.
I agree.
At least with those of us that are here.
Sorry, I didn't actually hear the end of that. Were you asking to do something, or just because it all went silent?
We were saying that we might have a chat about what we can do about the situation. Our options.
Okay. I mean, I'll leave that to you.
Am I back
have
then?
to decide.
Am I back yet? Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, you've been back for ages. Yeah, you've arrived back as they've been doing stuff.
Okay.
So, we are to be ambassadors and rally the people, as it were.
Well, more specifically, you and Alistair are, but we obviously cannot force you to do it.
Oh, my mother will be so proud of me. Made something of myself at last.
Are you saying that she might be willing to help?
My mother, my family are but a noble family. They're not kings or queens. They may have connections that I don't, which could get us in with an audience with the people higher up.
Is Alistair still sitting by himself?
Yeah, probably. You didn't go over to him. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. Yeah, sitting by myself. Very much.
Okay. I'm gonna go over to Alistair and just tap him on the shoulder. We are discussing plans if you would like to join us.
Yeah, sure. No, I've been drinking like a lot since I got the thing, so I just go over there, sit down in the spare chair.
Okay. Cool. So you kind of pull up a.
What are you guys talking about?
Pull up a barrel to sit on.
We're talking about how you and I have become ambassadors overnight.
I think it's only you who's become an ambassador. Really, not me.
Well, I say ambassador, we're more like liaisons.
If I was not listening properly, it sounds like that you, Alistair, have been proposed with going to your family.
And you cut out a bit.
Oh, hang on. Pause.
Pause.
I think rejoining will work. Not really doing anything.
We can hear you.
Yeah, it's just been a bit weird. Sorry, continue.
I said it sounds like that you have also been proposed with meeting with your as emissary with your family.
Seems so.
You are nervous to see them again?
Well, I guess. Fuck it, I don't want to see them. I'll say it, I don't want to go back home. Just yet, anyway.
Well, we probably have to go through Verlem first to get to you. I don't forget, where are you from?
The capital, Kingdom of Dathan.
Yes. So we would have to go through Verlem first anyway. It would be for a while.
You'd have plenty of time.
Yes, if we have to head that way anyway, I'm sure we can wait for you to make a official decision. We could.
I'm not meeting my family yet. Not.
Well, I must admit, I am a little nervous. Mine again, it's vile. Exactly best of terms. But people of this city need our help, and if that's what we do, then we must do.
It seems for me, ever since I have met you, you have an ability to make history repeat itself. Your group, with me at least. I believe this is some sort of sign that I will not let it end the way it did for me.
Ready. Go back home. I'm not strong enough yet, and physically and in other places as well.
Well, you know, these things come with time, and so you will have plenty of it. It's a long journey here to Verlem, and then from Verlem to where you're.
I understand the anxiety and nervousness with returning home, but I think that it may be the best. Obviously, the decision is all yours.
I say we go to Ravenwood first. That's my decision. Plus, we were going to go there anyway after we finished our dealings in Silcity originally.
Yeah,
so why change that?
I don't really know how I feel about my family, but at the very least, I feel like I need to check in on my father.
Yeah, it's decided. We go to Ari's father's If we're still alive, back to Dayford.
Still alive. We made a cross trip across the abyss.
I was
You don't
about to
think-
say.
I believe that we have
The person
shown the test of
dragon
time.
can also fall to a goblin.
We are freaking badasses, dude. Come on.
At least you feel like it, I guess.
That's all that matters. Fake it till you make it. You know what I'm saying?
How far is Ravenwood from Bellanor, is it?
Bellanor, yeah. Well, was Bellanor. I think it is the next kingdom over. I think it's a bit of a trek from where we are.
How long?
Probably a couple of months.
Oh.
So, if you were to go by foot, a couple of months.
So there would be a big,
Gotta
big
be a far
arc.
way.
Oh,
It's a big
shit, guys, we
journey.
left our horses outside the temple.
Oh yeah, we ditched
Oh,
our
yeah.
horses.
Yeah.
Well, they're free now. It's fine.
Hang on a second. We've seen Mayfly use magic, right? Many
Minor
times.
magic, yeah.
Kind of magic.
Mate, we need to push that.
Also, guys, I'd just like to point
We
out,
can bump us.
you left your horses. Gaiak never had one.
Oh, sorry. Gaiak, you watched it happen. You're just.
You didn't.
Yeah, you're just so guilty.
You didn't have you didn't have a druid to care about the horses.
Oh.
no.
We did it, Joe. You killed him.
He killed himself.
Very true. Oh god.
So it's settled then. We leave for Verlum in when we can. Possibly ask Mayfly if he can teleport us because he's probably a wizard.
I think someone just volunteered to go ask Mayfly if he could teleport us.
I walk up to Mayfly.
You actually going up to try and meet Mayfly to ask him?
Actually, I am gonna go and talk to
I
him.
love
but
the way
maybe
you
not.
say that in an Aria voice. I just imagine Aria standing up and going, I walked! I walked.
I go to
I go to Mayfly.
It's like as they calls around, she's like, God damn it, I will do it.
Look, guys, her time in the abyss has made her very meta. Okay, sure, you. I've just realised I said that when you left Kensei, Edith, Birch, and him were talking again, but then I realised Edith wasn't in there. Aria, you make your way back to the war room. What would you like to do?
I knock, knock, knock,
You're
knock,
outside
knock.
the door. Come in.
I open it. I'm like,
Okay, you open the door.
how's it going?
Aria.
Sorry. We were wondering if there was perhaps a quicker way to get to Verlum from here than just on horseback.
You could take a ship, I suppose, but well, the coastal cities have been occupied. It would be difficult. Most of the smuggling that we're doing is taking people out by land across the border to the clanlands.
Cross the border to the clanland. Map, world map, world map.
Should be on the Discord.
10 minutes.
Clanland.
Yeah, if you look on the map, one
In 10 minutes time.
should be. Is it on there?
It's
Oh, I
the
didn't
old
put it on
one.
there.
Yeah.
God damn it! Yeah, it's not on there. Fuck. That might be a problem. I might have to try and figure something else,
Okay,
something
that's fine.
out with that. Yeah, it's the kingdom to the left, and then Verloom is to the north of that.
Well, we seem to be on some sort of. We don't seem to be. It depends how desperate the efforts are here, but I know that I am on a slight time limit because of my father. So I was just wondering if there is a quicker way. If not, then
Well, sailing would by far be the quickest way to get to the northern kingdoms, but like I said, the coastal cities are currently occupied, so it is very, very difficult to smuggle yourself out that way, or to this passage. Pardon?
Including the coastal cities in Verla?
No, the Invarum, I imagine that, well, unless Foiforte has made it there and we've not been notified, then I would not see why not. But what I'm talking about is to take a ship from here, from Silcity or from Cultmouth, would be very, very difficult.
I see what you're saying. So getting on the ship here would be the hard part.
Yes.
Okay, well, it is something to consider anyway. You know, I was just curious, because we've seen you do the magic thing with your hands, You don't know anything that could, just poof us there.
No, unfortunately not. But you have quite the imagination. Like I said, I know party tricks at best, really.
Yes. So do I. Well, I will relay this to my group, but if we don't go with the ship, then we are ready to leave, as you are.
You're accepting?
Of course. I need to go back home anyway, so...
That is very good to hear, thank you.
Of course. May I ask, I don't know if you have any connections in what I think you may have. Have you heard anything of my father?
Things have been quiet. I have not had news of anything from outside of the city, much less the rest of the country. I don't know, I'm sorry.
It's alright, I think.
But Warren is a resilient man, I'm sure he'll be fine.
That's one way to put it. Thank you. Have a good night.
Ari.
Yes? Who's yelling?
I don't know.
My in-law, sorry.
It's alright. Yes, my friend?
You're looking different.
You like what I've done with my hair?
I do, it's nice.
Yes. You see, fashion is ever changing, you got to keep up or you get left behind.
Yes. Take care of yourself, Arya.
Thank you. I leave the room.
Okay. Are you heading back to the table with the others?
I am.
Okay.
Alright, here's the deal, losers. We have the option to go by ship, but unfortunately it is hard because the docks have been occupied. Who is moving glasses? Can you tell them to be quiet?
Sorry.
It's okay, I know you're doing your job. Listen, so we go by ship. It's quicker, but the docks are occupied, so it'd be harder to get on a boat. But once we get on the ship, it is, forgive the pun, smooth sailing.
Would this be a good time to say that I have never been on the open ocean?
Me neither. Could be a new experience for both of us.
Neither have I.
Ocean virgins, one may say.
Ocean virgin, did you say?
Yes. Was
Yes,
I
I
going
did.
to have my cherry pet?
Sounds like another smut book. Jesus.
Oh my gosh, you guys! I read Lusty Lizard Folk like twice. I know the book like word for word.
Oh,
Then
God.
please read us a passage.
The la-
Read up the passage.
what is
I am
this
actually
novel you
quite-
speak of?
Hey, you would save that for the fireside chat, alright? Come on.
Orgasmic stood there drenched from the rain, her clothes clinging to her. You could practically see through it.
Yes.
You can't
Oh, you
open with that and then
interested,
not.
eh? You have a dirty mind. Listening me?
Oh, Jack just makes you wants to force you to keep inventing this book.
Listen to me, alright? You want to read the book? I give it to you and you can read it, okay?
I understand when you're in the abyss, you do need to occupy yourselves with some reading.
A man of culture. You understand?
I had this mainly, and I pull up my grimoire, which is, and it has like a like a jumping tiger, red tiger on it with like a sun on the back of it. It's like pretty thick book.
Two completely different ends of the scale. Smart knowledge.
This was my preferred reading while I was not having to kill in there.
There is also the risk of the fact that the docks are heavily occupied. Getting onto the ship is going to be a tricky thing. Not for me, I'm good at that, but you know, for our less light-footed, it might be tricky.
Sure, we can handle it.
Otherwise, it's about a 2-month, give or take, journey on horseback.
I know a spell that may be able to help us quite well.
Yes.
I can turn myself invisible at command. I can get us a ship ready if one would tell me what to do.
I wonder if they'll give chase if they see one of their ships sailing away, though.
What about the ghost ship? A
The
ship with
ghost
no.
ship sounds freaking awesome.
Yeah,
Good job for Commander Higgins and his crew.
There you go, again, this Commander Higgins. Who is this Commander Higgins?
A legend in his own time.
Yeah.
In a galaxy
story.
far,
Very-
far away.
It was a very long time ago.
in a
Very
galaxy
far away.
Well, I am all for speed is of the essence, so I don't mind trying to sneak on a ship, but I will not choose for the group.
How much will it cut the journey down?
Shit, I forgot to ask. 1 second. I'm back to my flight.
Remember, I
May
imagine
fly?
that TikTok
May
music.
fly?
Yes.
My flight. Yes, quick question. Sorry. Hello, I know I said good night already. How long would the going by ship cut our journey? In like, how much shorter would it make it?
Well, that depends on the ship.
Okay, let's say it was a really fast ship.
Well, the fastest ship ever known. Fuck, I don't know.
Oh god.
Fuck. I don't know.
From here to there. Maybe a month, little over a month.
Not,
It is still a long time.
okay.
But you're traveling across an entire continent.
Right. I relayed it to my group. Thank you very much. Buonasera. That's hello. I think.
Yeah, okay.
Hello. That's hello, isn't it?
No, buonasera, good night.
Oh, thank God, I said the right thing. Jesus Christ.
Buenas
You just
noches.
leave and saying hello.
He's looking at it in
Evening.
Spanish.
Buenos
Is that what
Aires.
you're talking about?
Buenos noches.
Buenas noches, that's fine. Okay, so here's the thing. The big man says that by ship it'll cut it in half, so it only take a month to get there. Instead of 2 months.
Does the city have a month in the June lands?
Well, I suppose they're going to have to wait.
If this what is the name?
Voyage?
Foiforte. If they are if they are as formidable as the Golden Empire, then we may not have that time, but we shall have to try.
Unless you know someone who can bump us there.
As
My-
much as Sorry.
I was going to say my master, my teacher could have done, but unfortunately he is gone.
Another dead teacher.
I didn't say dead. I just
Right?
mean
Did he fly in your ear? Did he polymorph and fly into your ear by any chance?
what? What does that even mean?
It's an old lizard's tail, don't worry about it.
As much as I would like to sail a boat across an ocean, if we do incur any rough patches along the way, we will be stranded in that ocean without help. I'd say by foot is probably the much safer option, although it might take us longer.
I mean,
Something sounds quite
You can take that logic with any ship journey.
sounds quite tantalizing to sail across the ocean. Something I wanted to do ever since.
I've never sailed on the sea before.
There's something quite sad about being landlocked in a desert for all your life. I've got the prospect to sail across the ocean. I'm going to take this. And if we get there quicker, then I believe there is no question about it.
I would also love to experience the sea. I have experienced the land and the sky, but never the sea.
Are we saying boat trip?
Oh, we'll have to see what Mayflower can do. So I doubt if he's got any connections left in the city. If he could get us a boat, that would be much help. Rather than us just stealing a random boat on the docks.
Boat trip.
As you're having this conversation, you hear a voice speak to you. Some of you might actually see this person walk up. You see a familiar-looking man with curly, strawberry blonde hair, slightly greasy, with a slight tan to his skin. He walks up wearing what you could best describe as inconspicuous common clothing. You recognize him as Brother Reynolds from the church in the city.
Oh shit.
Oh, only Alex met him, no?
Is it Nathaniel Reynolds? you said?
No, that was something different. This is Brother Reynolds. Yeah, some of you, I'm pretty sure most of you have met him. He walks up to the table. I did not expect to see you here.
Who's he saying that to?
Just all of you, as a group, as a collective.
Well, we didn't really expect to be back here in this situation.
The last I heard, you had left the city. Everyone was talking about it. Well, it is at least good to see that you are alive. Alright, bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Now, before he goes, I'm going to ask, dare I ask, if this situation...
Well, he's not going anywhere. We were saying bye to...
Oh,
Mayor.
Mayor.
Mayor's getting
Bye.
Sorry, it took me a
In a
second.
bit.
Yeah, he says he thinks, dare I ask, considering how bad the situation is, but was there any further development in the front of that infection?
Oui. There was. We... Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I need to find it. I need to
He's
find
okay.
it.
Oh, I'm gonna have a cigarette while I play. That's not bad.
I mean, you can. Oui. We did. Some of the clerics had found what they believed to be the origin of the rats coming from an old abandoned house in a stink spot. Unfortunately, well, you know.
Is it still a thing that is happening? The plague? The illness?
It is not ended. No. It is.
How are the Foifortians reacted to it?
Well, the last I heard, they were shouting about killing heretics and burning the disease away. I've been told that they're not taking any chances. They're just burning the infected, even those with suspected symptoms.
That is absolutely barbaric.
We had planned before this all happened. We are going to arrange for a group of people to find out what was happening in this house that might be causing these rats to exist in their current state. But that all got disbanded when they attacked. When the city was sacked, obviously they came to the church first and they were killing the priests, dragging them out to be burned at stakes outside the church.
Am I mistaken? But you sound like you could be from their country. You're a countryman of them.
No. I left Foiforte many years ago. But it is true, I was raised there. That is why I'm leaving the city tomorrow. I'm being smuggled out.
It seems like we are also being smuggled out.
How are you leaving?
I have not been told yet, but I hear that there are tunnels connected to the sewers that may lead out to the bank of the lake. But that could be rumors. I've not been told.
We are also bound by the ocean. If the lake meets with the ocean, could we not take as many people that needs to be smuggled out of the city?
I'm not the one to talk to about this. I'm just a priest. I don't know about warfare or
I just do not want to see a persecuted man like yourself fail in leaving this city. Seems like a dangerous place.
It is dangerous.
I extend my hand to him to shake, because we haven't been introduced. My name is things like Storm.
Kind of hesitates for a second, but kind of puts his hand forward and shakes your paw. I am Brother Renaud, but I suppose I'm not a priest anymore. He kind of turns his head towards Kensei. I know that you and your friend, I'm not sure where he is, but you showed interest in getting to the bottom of whatever was happening, and whether my priesthood is here or not, the disease seems to remain, and people are suffering more. They're suffering more now that this new group has moved in. I would be indebted to you if you could investigate this. There are very few people I can trust left in the city.
Is the house still standing?
Oui. Last I knew, I have not been outside for some time, but I don't know how they would know about the house unless they did their own investigation.
If our paths may be taking us away from this city for a while, but if I find an opportunity to investigate it at any point between then and I do not see why not.
I would appreciate it. Many will suffer if this cannot be stopped, I think. Please, don't let me interrupt you.
If you can tell us where the house is, we ever do decide to investigate it.
It's one of the only larger mansions in the Stinks. It is an old house abandoned for decades. He'll kind of point it out to you on one of your maps, which is up around this direction.
Okay. God, I'm just writing this down.
Okay. And just so that you're aware, you know that it's going to take a couple of days until you can be smuggled out. At least that's what Mayfly told you. You're not going to be able to be smuggled out right away.
It's going to take a while for us to get smuggled out, so I guess we can... There's no more harm that's already been done to the city in investigating, I guess.
Well, I think perhaps we're in the curfew isn't in effect this time. Oh.
Yeah, I've got a bit of cut out there as well.
Does anybody look like they're intently listening in on our conversation?
Roll a perception check.
I think that. Spies! Spies everywhere!
22.
You look around. I mean, people are probably interested in maybe looking over and watching for a moment and then kind of going back to their own conversation, but no one intently eavesdropping that you can see.
Cool. Don't want any followers. Oh my gosh, you guys, did you ever find green cloaked guy?
No, we never did. He was a complete hallucination.
Are you
inside your
lying
mind.
to me right now, Kensei?
No.
Are you lying to me right now? Inside check! 21, natural 20, bitch.
I mean, yeah, there's no way I can beat that.
You have found him. What was he like? What did he want?
It was, the green cloak guy was Jaren, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did he want?
Apparently he was keeping an eye on us.
Why?
He was an acquaintance of... God, I'm terrible.
Samuel.
He was an acquaintance of Sam.
Samuel. Yeah.
Oh shit. Talk about blast from the past.
He seemed to bear us no ill will.
Wasn't Samuel magic?
He wasn't magic, no.
Okay, never mind then.
Was
But
Aria
he was
wasn't-
working with other magic users.
Aria wasn't with us when we met Samuel again, was she?
Nope.
That was...
Nope.
Which is, I remember that being a whole thing.
yeah.
You met him after Arya got me.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Keeping an eye on us, huh? Well, like, it's not like there aren't lots of people keeping an eye on us these days. Have I missed anything else?
Well, we did meet Samuel again.
Oh, yes.
Again, he doesn't seem to have anything wildly against us, just understandably wasn't thrilled to see us.
Fair enough.
So, what would you like to do?
Have I tuned to my dagger yet? Has it been an hour?
Hold on, let me just double check something. Don't find it. So, I'm going to send you what it does.
New things, new toys.
It's gonna take some of your health to destroy other people.
It's a cursed item. What should be a curse?
It's called the hunger.
Are you my
Dawn's
little
Fair,
girl?
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, send it to me directly, okay?
My name is Craven
Send
Edge.
you directly.
Craven Edge 2.0.
So, while she looks that over, what would you like to do?
Get drunk and go to bed.
Okay.
Go to bed normally.
Okay. The rest of you?
Yeah, I would also try and sleep.
Yeah, Guy's probably gonna try and get a rest.
Okay. Cool. So you all head to the bunk room after whatever time you do go to bed, and find yourselves a not particularly pleasant night's sleep.
Oh shit.
I was gonna say anyway, I wasn't gonna have a pleasant night's sleep because of my nightmares. I was gonna have.
Okay. So it's a rough night's sleep, but the night passes all the same, and you wake up at about 9 in the morning, restless and still kind of aching. And whilst you're not exhausted. You do feel a little bit like tired from not having a great night's sleep, but nothing that affects you, your capabilities. Just a bit groggy. So as you wake up and kind of see each other rousing from your sleep in the same bunk room, what would you like to do?
So I guess
everyone sits down and doesn't.
I guess.
Oh no, I'm going to bed. I'm just picking a bed.
No,
Well, we've just woken up.
you've just
sorry.
woken up from.
Sorry, I thought you were describing the bedroom.
No, you've just
So-
woken up. You've just woken up.
So we're not able to sail out of the city for a few days. That is what Mayfly said, yes?
Yes,
I
that seems to
believe
be.
so, yes.
Well, I guess we take a look at the house in the Sphinx, or whatever he said it was. See what's happening there.
What house was this?
Take out my map and point to like somewhere around here.
Whereabouts? So the house is up around. Where was it? Yeah, around that way. That way.
So I guess we go there then.
What time is it now?
About 9 in the morning.
I turn to the nearest guy. Excuse me.
Hmm.
Where do the Foifortians enforce their curfew?
To Earth. 6 till 6.
Okay. We're free until 6 o'clock. Thank
Alright.
you.
No problem. Stay safe.
You too. Alright, let's go. Alistair, do you remember the directions? Nope.
Nope.
Oh, combat music.
God damn it.
I've got the map, so I guess I do. I know the roundabout where it is.
Ninjas suddenly burst into the hideout.
For a second, I thought you were saying nope, as in like nope, you're gonna get attacked.
Okay, so you are you all leaving the hideout to go on your little whatever your venture around the city or something?
Where?
Okay, so someone leads you out and shows you a way of kind of navigating the sewers, showing you little markings that indicate the directions back and forth from the hideout itself, so that you can navigate back yourself. Eventually, you're led to a sewer grate which leads out. Hold on, where are you? So it leads out down near the market, and with that, you're up into the streets of the city. During the day, it does seem to still be busy. Like the city is still, having to work. But there is a notable change in kind of just atmosphere, really. People are much more reserved, and they are not making eye contact with the soldiers that still march through the city all day, every day. What do you wish to do?
Was where he said the house was. But obviously, start going through alleyways, so we're not fully out in the open. I guess we do step out much.
Cool. So, sorry, go on.
I was just saying, go there covertly, basically.
Oh, I think I had someone else say something.
I know it probably won't make much of a difference, but Gaiak's gonna just like keep
Maybe
his
not.
wings very close to his body, just so they don't. To try and draw as little attention as possible.
I might put my hood up
Yeah. that's the point.
upon hearing that they are racist.
Okay.
That's a good point. Didn't think of that.
So you keep yourselves to the side streets and alleyways, making your way up through the market and the stinks. And eventually, after half an hour of walking through the city and keeping a low profile, you do come to this very old, worn, abandoned house. I just need to check. So it kind of stands. It's not actually like conjoined with other buildings. It seems to kind of stand in its own small space with high metal fencing that goes around the perimeter of the house itself until it meets with other buildings. But the actual solid foundation itself is not like part of a terraced housing that much of the city is. And it is much bigger than other buildings you've seen here, and far more elegant in its design. Well, once was. It is very clearly falling apart. The plaster walls are peeling beyond repair. The wood looks worn, and the stone masonry looks like it is fading with time. The windows and the door are boarded up with wooden boards, like you've seen in some of the other abandoned buildings in this city. It is just this quite a large building, not massive, but it is hey, welcome back. It's a fairly large building that's just kind of situated here. So, Alistrine, what you missed is I can't remember where you left.
Just when Brother
I
Reynolds
was
came.
tucked up in bed while everyone was discussing the next move.
So,
Yeah.
this morning you would have been told about something that you're investigating. It's an abandoned house where you believe a disease might be originating from some very strange tumor-like rats are supposedly coming from this house that you've just been told about.
Knowing that we were going to investigate this place, or there's potential, and the night before I passed out, would I be allowed to change up my spell list?
Oh yeah, so you've had your long rest. So if you want to change spells and prepare other things, you're more than welcome to do that for those that can. So, before you left the hideout, there may have been a small encounter with Val-Aeria, who... Well, I'll just let Val-Aeria say it herself, because I don't want to put words in.
Sorry, I'm muted. Yeah, she probably just, as you guys were leaving, she would have said that she was just going to stay behind, have a think about it all. This is all a bit much for her. But yeah. She wouldn't have gone with you.
Where will you go?
I have my own now. I fulfilled my promise to Frisk. That was the main thing I wanted to do. But this isn't my fight. I have my own things to deal with. Time for me to leave.
Your aid and your help was greatly appreciated.
feel like I didn't do much, but seeing happen, I had to see it through, and I have. And I'm glad that Aria is safe. Said, I do have my own problems. They can't wait.
Hopefully, we will see you again soon.
Normally, I would say I hope I never again. Like, but there's a little part of me that do hope I rise again. So you should feel honoured. If you're ever in Celalapsa, ever in the Citadel, say hi.
I'm afraid you wouldn't catch me there.
Well then, everybody else, say hi.
Alistrine's just gonna kind of put a hand on her shoulder and say, I'll see you there.
I look forward to it.
As we...
And, yes.
Oh, so you first.
No, I was just going to say, I wish you the best of luck with whatever you're doing next. Try not to go to the Abyss anytime soon.
Oh, that's the last thing you'll find us doing.
So, that will happen in the past. As that flashback fades away, you're stood at the entrance of this this large abandoned house. What do you wish to do?
Look around. Who's here? Who's nosing?
You guys. Roll a perception check.
Other than us. Yeah.
It's pretty much barren at the moment. There's no one around that you can see. The street is empty.
Nice.
Occasionally some guards walk by, but they're not.
Not nice.
Yeah, and you kind of
Stinky.
keep out of their way, really.
So this house, is it like on its own with like gaps at either side, or is it like attached, or?
It's not part of the. So it's kind of separated from the other houses and more brought forward into its own kind of area. It's quite a large house, but it's not part of the terrace houses. It's separate, with its own like garden area, which is well overgrown and just grass and vines going up the iron fence.
When there's like no guards going past, can I kind of go in like an alleyway or something beside the house and see if I can use my wings to clamber up and see in one of the upper windows, or are they all like boarded off?
They from what you can see, they all seem to be boarded up. You can try and get a little peek in.
Yeah.
You can certainly try.
Yeah, can I see if I can maybe see between any of the boards or?
Sure. So you kind of make your way into an alleyway and then begin to like fly up discreetly. Make me a perception check.
Okay. Perception.
Okay. You immediately can't see anything through, so you kind of push your face up against the wooden planks. You really struggle to find a gap in to see inside, but you do get like this whiff of just it's gross. It's hard. It's almost like mold. You get hit by the smell of mold, but that's about all you can get from that.
Okay. I'll go back to the group, and I can't see anything.
Are there no gaps looking on the inside? Any holes in the wall or anything?
Is that to me or?
Either one of you. Whichever one.
Roll a perception check.
Oh.
Okay. So the walls are worn, but there's nothing that looks like it's there's any kind of opening in the actual wall itself that you would be able to peek through. But it definitely is worn. It looks like it hasn't been tended to for decades.
Okay. For decades?
Decades.
Does it look like anyone's entered the house recently?
I'll let you use your same perception check for that. No. Looks like it's pretty well boarded up.
I go to the front door and making sure to cover I kind of wrap my hand up in a bit of my shirt to make sure that my bare hand isn't touching the doorknob.
Yeah.
And I'll twist the doorknob to see if it opens.
So you actually can't actually get the doorknob. It's covered up by these wooden boards. There are boards in front of the
it's
door.
boarded up.
Yeah, every orifice of this house seems to be boarded up. So you'd have to.
Is the boarding recent? Does it look like it was done by the Foifortians, or does it?
It looks like it's been this way for about the same amount of time. Looking at the wood.
Can I break it down? Like hit it with something?
You can certainly try.
Before people start touching,
Is that a strength check?
They like to touch.
Before. Okay. Yeah. There you go.
You kind of tug on the wood, and it just kind of pulls apart. Like it is rotten in the center. It just splinters and crumbles onto the ground. It doesn't take a lot to pull the wood away. It's soft, really. It's quite clearly been here for a while, and no one's bothered to come and replace the boards for whatever reason. Clearly, people are not trying to squat here.
Woo!
The door is unboarded.
I'll look around to see if anyone's noticed.
I'll give you this one for free. You can't see anyone.
Okay.
I'll let you keep your perception, because I'm nice.
If it didn't. My eyes! What happened to my eyes? Perhaps we should find some ways to protect ourselves from this disease before entering.
DM question: protection from poison
is not
guessing that's a
disease.
spell. Okay.
Poison and disease are actually two separate conditions.
All of you should find something to cover your mouth.
You can be poisoned by a disease, or a disease could inflict poison damage, but protection from poison won't protect you from the actual disease itself.
All of you should find something to cover up with, and don't touch anything.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Oh, sorry. I think I just cut out there.
I just looked in my backpack and Aria's got a vial of rat.
What did you ask, Alistair? What did you ask?
No, I just said I was covering my mouth.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yes, and pull a cloth over my mouth.
Yeah, guys, gonna do the same.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe my bloody rag.
Okay. You are covering your mouth. If that helps, I'll let you know.
Oh, come on. Don't kill us already. We feathered us so much.
Are you entering?
Yay. I check.
Who's opening the door?
I'll do it.
Okay. So you grasp on the door handle.
Not with my bare hand.
The door just opens. I'm going to take a break there. I'm going to take a quick toilet break.
Yeah, I need to go pee pee.
Break.
Yeah.
Can I just say, Ewan, that's something I did. So I want to get it out of there. I don't really need it anymore. Can I have given the orc journal to Mayfly?
The orc journal?
Yes.
Sure.
I've had it since like episode 5 or.
Yeah, I know. That's cool.
I gave it to him.
Okay, so the there we go. Why though?
Combat! Combat!
Okay.
Roll initiative.
What the fuck?
It's good now. Get it out of the way.
It's not what I put in. Okay, sure. Let's go with that. So, you can say open up the front door of this abandoned house. And what you see in front of you is this.
Corridors.
You see a narrow hallway in front of you, dust-covered dark wooden floorboards which are splitting and worn. Dust settled onto the shelves that line along the wall, coating ornaments that are resting upon them. Peeling plaster walls with wooden beams stretching along the ceiling. You can see cupboard doors slightly ajar. And from inside, this distant sound of creaking and shifting. Not quite sure if it's someone moving, or just the house creaking from age. As the door opens, you're greeted by this waft of old wood and stale air, which is surprisingly dry. And that's what you see as you stare down this hallway. 2 doors on either side before it leads into what appears to be a more open space.
Damn.
This house is way more expensive than I thought it was.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
After you.
What do I see?
Start moving in then. I want to check.
Is there any of that black ichor on the floor anywhere that we saw leaking out from the rat?
Roll a perception check.
Oh god, wrong button.
Wrong button. Oh.
Yeah, you
so well.
glance around. It's dim in there as well, so you have disadvantage anyway.
Wow.
You look around and you can't see. No.
Everyone keep an eye out. Everyone keep an eye out for some black ichor. That's usually the sign of the infection.
I know all about black ichor.
Yes, I believe we all have come in contact with more than one kind of black ichor.
Yes. Perhaps.
I was just checking if there's any traps.
That's what I was gonna do. Yeah. Check
Yeah.
Roll an investigation check. I'm gonna only allow one person to do this because you can only fit one person at that doorway.
Well,
So you have
who's
to
got the
choose.
best investigation? Probably.
Me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got +6.
Okay. You glance in through the doorway. Aside from the worn floorboards and the peeling walls, it looks like just a normal door entrance into a house.
Does not look like it anything malicious within view, but I keep your weapon ready.
Always.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go in.
Okay, I take a step.
Okay, nothing happens. You hear it as the floorboard creaks under your weight.
You said this is cupboards here.
No, they're doors.
The doors, okay.
I mean, there are like small, like that come up to maybe halfway up your leg, sort of cupboards. But they're kind of ajar, and inside you kind of you see like old and moth-eaten cloaks and shoes.
Mm.
There are two doors though on either side. One is only 5 foot wide, small wooden door, mahogany even, but kind of chipped and old. Whereas over here is a double door, 2 doors.
Okay, this one first. I'm gonna.
How well lit is it in this corridor?
It is dim. So anyone without dark vision has disadvantage currently.
Be sure not to touch anything with your bare hands.
I am going to look underneath the door. So I'm gonna look underneath the door, or any cracks I can see what I can see inside.
Sure. Roll a perception check. Okay. So you kind of get yourself down onto the ground and try to look underneath the door. It's a very, very small gap. You can't really see anything in there as it is virtually pitch black from that tiny slit. However, you do get this smell of feces.
Oh, that's
Is it a toilet?
Smells like dung.
Chris could have loved it here.
You gotta stop.
Can I check if the door's trapped?
Sure. Roll an investigation check.
Does anyone know where my icon's gone?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we've lost screen.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I
Someone
must
got on top of her.
hold on. I must have copied it over for some reason. That's weird. It should be there.
I feel like
Yeah,
I
is anyone on
saw
top of her?
I feel like I saw Alistrine earlier.
Someone might be on top of her.
I'm not.
Hey.
Obviously not.
Is she in the black, in the darkness?
You'll be in the black.
She in the void.
No, she would see. Hold on, that's weird. I'll just copy you in again. I'm sure you were in there. Weird. I must have put you behind something by accident. There you go.
Thanks.
So yeah, that was my investigation check.
Okay. Doesn't seem to be trapped or locked.
Okay, I'm gonna do a little peek and a little like open it up a little bit, peep
Okay.
through, not open all the way, see what I can see.
Okay. Taking a small peek in, you look in. That's about what you can see without opening the door fully.
That toilet.
You do see like a crude looking ceramic seat that you take to be a crude looking toilet and a wardrobe.
It just looks like a dung
And a
hole to
wardrobe.
me. But we may as well check it.
Why is there a wardrobe in the toilet?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
Let's find out.
Well,
I'm gonna
exactly it.
I'm gonna open the door some more slowly until it's fully extended.
Wait until the door's like fully open.
Yeah. Oh, what the hell's that?
Oh no.
Okay. Oh, okay. What the hell?
What is that?
So, what you see in front of you is an old looking bath in the center of the room on top of this worn rug. A coal burner on the other side of the room with piles of coal still inside, but it's not actually lit. And a bench on the south side of the room. It looks like a bathroom.
I'm gonna take a step in.
Okay, you step in. The floor is surprisingly warm.
Surprisingly warm.
Oh, you also see some rusted and broken pipes along the ceiling, which are now just dripping water into the room. and kind of looking around, you can see that there appears to be like fungus growing in some of the old, like in the bath and along the latrine where the water has stayed.
I want to open up the wardrobe.
Okay. You open up the wardrobe, and there's this waft of dust, like that kind of billows out. There appears to be some like bathrobes in there, but they are old and now greying when they were once white and lilac, and now they're like moth-eaten and just worn.
Is there anything in the bath?
There's a lot of black mold.
Is it full?
There's no water in it.
I'm like a Resident Evil.
I'm gonna start detect. I'm gonna start casting detect magic.
Sure. You taking the time to do that here?
Is this a door here?
There's a door there as well, yeah.
That's a double door.
Can I see if it's trapped or anything, or locked?
Sure. Roll an investigation.
D&D.
Okay. Doesn't seem to be trapped. No.
What about locked?
It is not locked either.
Waiting, see if they're done in there.
I'm gonna move around the top side of the room using
Okay.
with detect magic. See if I pick anything up.
You do not detect anything magical,
Okay.
and that lasts for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Is there anything under the bench?
Roll a perception check. Not that you can see, no.
Okay.
Nothing seems amiss in this room. Just very disused.
I agree.
I will go. I hear them say it's been nothing much in there, right? And it's just used.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll go further up to the door Aria's next
Yeah,
to.
it's just the bathroom.
Oh, actually, just being very careful with my like talons. Can I just pick up a corner of the rug and kind of throw the rug back, see if there's anything underneath?
Oh boy.
Sure. Kind of take the corner and begin to peel it back, and then you kind of throw it over. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
Oh wow.
So I didn't have to touch anything with your hands.
21.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's good.
This green mold is underneath, and it just kind of spores, and you inhale it.
Oh no.
You take 3 points of poison damage.
Okay. Let's hope that's not done any long-term damage.
You are now poisoned for the rest of your life. You have 3 months to live.
Curiosity killed the bird.
So, what would you like to do? Let's keep going.
Double doors.
I have a little peek inside the double doors.
Yeah.
What was that, sorry?
I have a little peek inside the double doors.
Okay, roll a perception check.
Oh, natural one.
Nice. Okay, how far are you opening? Are you opening one door or both of them, or how
Just
far?
one of them, just a little crack.
Okay, I mean, you look into the room and you can see the corner. There appears to be a couple of very old, worn-looking paintings on the wall of landscapes, but yeah, you can't see a lot.
I want to just use Eyes of the Grave to see if I detect any undead within 60 feet.
Okay. Go ahead, do that. Oh, you've already used. It's just a
It's
just
a
an
fast
eight, isn't it?
feature, so yeah, I just do it.
Oh, that's pretty big, dude.
Okay. Yeah, you don't detect anything.
So no one dead.
I can't see into the room. Can't see much anyway.
I guess we just go in then, if you can't.
Alright, I'll
No
push
point
the
just
door
waiting outside
open.
the door.
I'll push the door open to see. Big dining.
So you can see on the north side of the room is another door. Let me describe to you what you see. So you see in the middle of the room is a mahogany dining table, plates and cutlery still there, as if ready to be served dinner. Food lies rotting in the middle. The chairs are plush and of regal design, but like everything else is covered in dust which has stained the material. There is a large floor-to-ceiling mirror that appears to be partially covered by red velvet curtains on the opposite side of the room. Only a small section of it is peeking through. There are more cupboards and cases along the walls of the room, which, upon first inspection, seem to be containing plates, cutlery, and other small things like that. There's a large window partially hidden behind some curtains on the south side of the room, which you can see is boarded up on the outside, and the glass is tinted with the stain of neglect and filth.
So dirty.
I is gonna take a step in and go to the mirror and just first of all see if there's anything like behind it or any secret doors behind it, or if there's anything like magical about the mirror.
Okay.
Do 2 investigation checks, I guess.
Are there any windows in this room? That even if they're blocked up, like
Oh no, there isn't.
oh me. Ooh.
Yeah.
Like even if they're boarded up, are there any windows in this room?
Yeah, there are. I did just describe that.
Sorry, I keep cutting in and out. I can't.
Is it? Oh right, you're cutting in
No,
and out.
it's my headset.
Yeah.
I'm seeing all over the place.
Oh, it's not. So it isn't my end.
No.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that it's not my end. Okay, don't worry about it. Yes, there is a boarded up window on the south side down here. I don't know if you can see that. At the south end of the room, it's boarded up on the outside, and the glass is tinted.
The glass is tinted.
Yes, it's like tinted with like muck and filth.
Oh, okay.
But before that, I'm just going to go and do Alistair's thing. So you're going over to the mirrors, right?
Yeah. See if there's anything like behind, if it's covering like a secret entrance or door or something.
So you pull back. Are you pulling back the curtains to see? Because obviously you have to, because it's kind of cut. Covered by the curtains. So you pull the covers back, and you see on the opposite side of the table in the mirror a ghostly white elderly woman in a white dress standing emotionless among your friends.
Whoa.
I quickly turn back to see if I can see her.
Nothing there.
No.
Guys.
Yeah.
Can I detect? Wait, she's not magical.
Guys.
Yes, boss.
What?
What is wrong?
Have a look at this. And I point to the mirror.
There's nothing there now.
What did you see? It is.
What's up?
There's a woman.
A
standing
woman.
there.
Let's have a look.
None of you see this person he was describing.
I don't see no woman.
I don't see
touch
anything.
the mirror.
What does
Touch
she
the
look
mirror.
like?
Oh, no, I'm gonna wait. Oh,
You touch the mirror.
Yeah.
You feel the cold glass. Doesn't seem to do anything. Nothing. It's not like a portal or anything like that. It is, for all you can tell, a mirror.
I look good, man.
I swear there was. I swear there was someone there.
Sounds
I,
to me
uh,
like
I
you're
gotta-
drinking too much.
I
Would
go
be
over to where he
somebody-
said, and I go over to where he said he saw her, and I just wave my hands around.
Okay.
Don't hit anything.
Roll an attack roll with disadvantage.
Okay. I forgot how we did this. Is it just a D20?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll roll it twice. D20.
I mean, do I need
Oh,
to
wow.
Wow, I did really worse.
Wow.
Yeah, suffice to say you hit nothing but air.
are you
Nobody over
I
here,
don't-
boss.
Alistair? You think it was something that could be invisible or otherworldly? If so, I have something I might be able to do. And I take out my sword, unsheath my sword, and start twizzling my fingers like down the both sides of the blade, and it scratches down. The sword sparks, and like my eyes kind of shoot with this kind of lightning. I'll cast it.
True sight.
Not true sight. No.
Way above your
That's like a
level.
six double stone, yeah.
See invisibility.
Okay.
Yes, that's a good one.
I can see could see into the ethereal
So
plane.
you lose concentration on your other spell.
Yes, I do.
believe.
Yeah, my detect magic. Yeah. Oh.
You do not see anything in front of you. Like everything
hold
kind
on.
of goes into like a.
It's not concentration, apparently.
Oh
See
right.
invisibility,
Okay.
no, it lasts an hour.
Yeah, it's just a duration spell. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. So as you kind of look around, everything is like heightened now. Everything is like oversaturated. But you look around and you don't see anything out of the blue.
Oh shit. Okay.
I want to go over to where I saw the woman standing.
Mm-hmm.
Where would that be on the map? Over here. Want to see if there's like any bloodstains or like doors or any like indication that someone was murdered here or left here.
Sure. Roll a perception check. You dedicate yourself to kind of looking around this space where you saw this elderly, ghostly woman, but you do not see any bloodstains or anything in that space.
I'm gonna move around, just investigating the area. You still with my detect magic, seeing
Okay.
if I can.
Roll an investigation then.
Ooh. Ooh.
Okay. mm, Okay, so you kind of make your way around. You don't sense anything magical, and so you pass the chairs, and you almost miss it for a second, but you couldn't get something out of your mind, and you turn back to them, and sure enough, you can see there appear to be very, very old and faded bloodstains on the cushions of the seats.
How recent?
No, you'd have to investigate or do a medicine check or.
Everybody, I see there's been some sign of blood on these chairs.
It's been
On
a
all of them.
murder.
There's been a murder.
I smell
I
murder.
do declare there's been a murder.
Alright, come on, come on, please.
Is it
what
on
are you
all of
doing?
them? Is it on all of the chairs?
No, on 3 of them. So, one here and one here and
So
one here.
I would check this one here just to see
check this one.
how fresh it is.
Okay.
If I can discern what it come from, if it's human blood or whatever.
Make me a medicine check.
Could I also have a look at the one closest to me? It
I'll
be this
look
one,
at this
right?
one.
Absolutely.
Bro.
I got this one.
I will
You got
check.
me a medicine check as well, both of you.
Oh god, medicine.
So,
Wow.
okay, Storm, I guess both you and Aria, you look at it, it might be red blood. It's very dark and maroon, so it's difficult to know for absolute certainty that's what it is. Very difficult to tell if it was yeah, you can't really tell how old it is. But you can tell that it's blood.
Okay.
Gaiak, you take a bit of time to look at it and even go through bits of the chair. It's really crusted in there. It is very, very difficult to ascertain the exact age of the bloodstains, but many, many years, very clearly. It is like at this point part of the material, like completely stained it.
Okay.
Probably old then.
It's just very, very old blood.
I'm gonna move up towards this door. If it's a door, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was
Top-
gonna.
Yeah, yeah, right.
I'll do it with you, Alistairine, then.
Okay. I will check for traps.
Okay. Roll an investigation check. Oh. It does not appear to be trapped
Good
or locked.
God.
Is it? Oh, hold on. Is it unlocked?
Yes.
Hold
Yes.
on. Does that mean it's locked?
Huh?
It is unlocked.
Okay.
Can you hear me still? Because all of you are cutting completely out
Yeah.
again.
I can hear you well.
I can
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I guess I'll open the door then.
Yeah, I'm getting that thing again. I got that thing. I'm getting that thing I had on Friday again. It's where all of you are just going. Everything is going completely silent.
You can't.
It's
you can't
actually.
hear us.
It might stop now. It might stop now. But it was doing that.
Oh, okay,
We did good. We made it far.
Sorry. Alistair, what were you doing?
I was just gonna open the door, I guess.
Okay. Your funeral.
Fuck's sake.
Hey, we're all about 30 meters away, right? Good.
God.
Interesting.
What is this?
Where are we?
Who am I?
God, this priest has just secretly sent us to our death.
Mate, he has.
Yeah.
He knew all along.
He was the true
The
The true hound.
Okay, so
God, another layer.
Alistair, you open up this door, and in front of you, you see flung open cupboards and drawers, the contents spilling onto the ground. Mold grows across the tiled flooring, pieces of fluffy food scattered about. There are wooden countertops covered in mold and droppings. There is just this overwhelming smell of animal waste. And you also see what appears to be an old metal and stone brick oven on one end of the room, and various tables of just cooking equipment.
Okay. Well, I'm probably not gonna go in there just because of the smell. Anybody else wanna take a gander?
I'll take a look.
But
Nice.
look, do it. Want to go in?
Hang on.
Could have a scanning around the room upon hearing about this figure, seeing if I can see anything or anybody.
Oh god.
Okay. Roll an investigation check. Oh, perception check. Sorry, perception.
Perception, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so as you step in, there is just this audible crunch as you step through just crust and mold and droppings. You're looking around the room, and you can hear this.
Oh god.
As you turn the corner here, you see a swarm of rats with these cracked open heads with their brains like pulsating.
Ew.
Lovely. Zombie rat.
ROUSs.
And they kind of hold on one second. I just need to reply to something.
Good job, Curry's not here anymore.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking of Curie.
I mean, she would have probably died from eating poison rats.
Yeah.
Is she
God, I wonder if we'd have time to do that.
I want to ready a spell. I don't know if it's too late.
I mean, you walk through. Let's just see here.
Alright, gotcha.
I don't know if you were being stealthy or not. That's the thing.
No, I didn't say I
Probably
was.
not. We thought so far.
And you were making some very loud crunches. So they, a couple of, like look up, and a couple of them clearly see you, and they kind of look like they are communicating with each other. As many of them begin to turn towards your direction. Storm, you feel something in your head. And I think that's where we're going to end tonight.
Oh, damn.
I didn't want to launch into potential combat there,
We
so
ended on combat. We're back on track.
Hey.
Oh god, this place.
Mate, I've
yes.
missed
So let's try and wrap things up before we go off on tangents talking about everything else. So
What we like.
where's my?
What?
So no, we're not getting fun tangents. We're not going off on tangents yet, because otherwise we'll be on here for an hour. So we hope you enjoyed watching as much as we enjoyed playing, even with all the technical difficulties that we've had to endure. So hopefully we'll be back next week with another episode. See what horrific antics our party of wildcards get up to in this abandoned house. So until then, remember, stay filthy.
Stay dirty.
Stay filthy.